Alright. Who's worse? Nurgle or Slaanesh? Got one vote for Nurgle. And only one vote because no one else exists. I am just apparently living in a fragment of my own imagination. I always knew. Uthor also agrees with Nurgle. I am enjoying the game a lot more than I thought I would. No question, no hesitation. I've actually already recommended it to a couple of people. Define worse. Grossest, most horrible, most awful, most disgusting, most unpleasant. Okay, let me pull up a thesaurus. Most repulsive, most revolting, nastiest, foulest, most offensive, most loathsome, most repugnant, most nauseating, most repellent, most obnoxious, most vile, most sickening, most horrible, most distasteful, most abominable, most abhorrent, most awful, most gross, most odious, most dreadful, most unpleasant, most objectionable, most disagreeable, most horrid, most yucky, most hideous, most terrible, most shocking. I can keep going. There's a lot of these. One of them is grisly. But I got 2 votes for Nurgle, and honestly, I'm with it. What? Blade Traval? There are other Total War games that I've already streamed before?
I am Prince and Emperor.
Nurgle it is.
Tuga, the disease weaver.
Anyways, I'm sorry. I think you... I was assuming you were joking, Blade 12, but if you're not joking, then I don't understand the question. So to make this very clear, I have played almost every Total War game over the years, and never really enjoyed all of them. I've actually made this comment before, because Warhammer 2 was one of the first, if not... Excuse me, it was the first Total War game I actually enjoyed. Now, even Total Warhammer 2 still had issues. Mostly on the strategic layer, but it was still an enjoyable game, and I did have fun with it. So, Total Warhammer 3 so far seems to be doing better. Like, even better. And yeah, some of the Total War games, like, I've only gotten to briefly poke at Three Kingdoms, but Three Kingdoms was pretty legit, and Shogun 2 was pretty legit as well. And I always remember the Colonial one, which I can never remember the name of properly, reasonably fondly. Growth increased. Recruitment cost reduced for Nurglings. Recruitment health increased for Nurglings. Infection cost reduced by half. Increased Nurgle corruption. And chance of plague spreading increased. We're going to be starting the Dragon Isles. Well, the other great unclean ones work to spread the plagues already extant. Kulgath, the Plague Father, is fascinated by the breeding of new and virulent life. Kulgash aims to one day breed contagion that can infect the gods themselves. The Plague Father... I don't think that works that way. Plague Father rides upon a massive palanquin bedecked with alchemical paraphernalia. Vials full of seething powder, flasks of indescribable liquid, and Hessian sacks stuffed to bursting with Nurglings. All of whom are named Uthor. This great bulk is held aloft by a carpet of straining Nurglings. And Kulgash is attended on by countless others, all bred from the Plague Father's pox vats. Super bow. Oh, sorry, Dragon's Hunter. Thank you very much. I didn't have time this morning to. Okay, Dragon's Hunter. That's going towards KOTOR 2. God of War 5. And the Zelda block. Thank you, as always, very much, Dragon's Hunter. So. Well, the good news is the odds of me liking Nurgle are approximately 0%, with a 1% margin of error. Oh, sorry. So, I know I said we were going to continue Chaos, but I've already decided I like Chaos Dwarves. So, we're not continuing Chaos Dwarves. We're slotting them in as a potential, I like this race. So we're up to one race I like so far. I know, we've only played 2, or 3. And so now we're going to go through Nurgle and Slaanesh, because screw them. And once Nurgle and Slaanesh are gone and done, and we're done with them, then we'll think about some of the others. Oh, and we will show off the intros for all the Chaos Realms of intros, obviously.
Our foes in plague, pox, violence, and sickness. They revel in the rot.
Okay. Heal, heal, heal. We can do 2 infections per turn. Increase recruitment by income, defensive supplies, corruption, and of course 2. We're already at 20 corruption, although we're losing corruption. Chaos Dwarves on the field were interesting. I thought they were okay. Like average-ish is how I would call them in terms of overall design. What do we got here? Dragon, Sea Dragon's Teeth. Which gives us money. And gemstones, whatever those are. Not many, Stumpy. Not many. We can build... Okay, so a hero building. Military buildings? More military buildings, infrastructure, and defense. That explained the circles. Hey, Ross. Is that a 3-year? That is the triple year. Thank you very, very much, Ross. And welcome to the 3-year club. I hope you enjoy the new badge. What do you want to put that anniversary sub towards? Yeah, I was just looking at that, Tuthor. Because, yeah, those are, not cheap. Sudden violent sneeze attack. Ow. Oh. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Zachariah Jebediah. Holy moly. I'll put that towards dealer's choice. Thank you. Okay, okay. I think I can concentrate. All right, so let's do infrastructure first, obviously. Income and growth, income and control, income and corruption and recruitment rate, or replenish rate, excuse me, or income, reduce cycle time, and less attrition and more leadership in sieges. But yeah, speaking personally, the only Total War games I would personally recommend past this that I have played, but there are like 2 I haven't played, would be Three Kingdoms or Shogun 2. Oh. Let's go with... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wow, those are really expensive. Let's go with growth. Would I recommend 1 or 2? For what? Oh, would I recommend Warhammer 1 or 2? I think I've played Warhammer 1. And Warhammer 2 is, you know, good. Worse, but good. Okay, so we have 50 infections which harvested from buildings and captives. Okay. That's fun. Yep, we're building a microbial bog, which is currently degrading. What is this? The Sea Dragon's Teeth. Our main building is called the Nurgle Hollow. Cute. Okay, okay. I'm kind of with it. So... you can do the same things everyone else could do, except for spread control, which, I'll go ahead and get stuck in.
More disease. More.
So it looks like we're going up against the lizards. That's an interesting choice. Every Total War game, to my knowledge, has the strategic layer. Yes, it's part of the point of the games, even though, ironically, most of the strategic layers in most of the games suck. Okay, what are we up against? Spearman, Maceman, Missileman. And we have got Plague Bearers, which are swordsies and do poison damage. Nurglings, also known as the Huthors. Plague Toads, which are anti-infantry and poison. We've got a Flyer, which is not poison. And we got a Plague Drone, which is poison. Death means disease. Disease means plague. Plague is good. Man, I don't know, Darkrai. Don't ask me. Because for whatever reason, gross stuff is really common in fiction. So here's our, regular old people. Here's Uthor. I've actually heard praise of the Nurglings, just because the animations for them are bonkers. Like, I don't know how much time, how many people spent making these units, but I will tell you, from both personal experience and professional, third-person experience and second-person experience, that's not easy to do. Honestly, yes, J. Palmer. Okay. What we got? So we've got Big Boy,
The perfect plague.
who is a caster.
Plague-ridden.
You guys, you'll be the casters.
Unspeakable proxies.
Yeah, no, that's just, yeah. It's like being in LA again.
Cullyman.
So you're obviously my front.
Rot bearers.
Actually, you know what? Let's make you 5 instead.
Is inevitable.
Okay. So these are poisoners. Try to be shocked. There are Nurglings in them. I mean, it's my job, Crazy Norse, and there's a reason we're doing Nurgle now. It's to get it over with. Okay, so... Alright. So the tan-yellow line is actually a square. That's my deployable region. So I can only put units in that region. Like here, see. Unless, of course, they are Vanguard units, which, ironically, Nurglings happen to be. Nurglings can be wherever the hell, except in the enemy's deployment area, which is defined by the yellow and the red lines. I got the bucket. Ugh. Okay. So let's make you 3, and then let's make the Nurglings 2. We can get a peek at what kind of enemy forces they got over there. That's what I thought. So we're going to put the Nurglings over here. Make a line right there. I'll put you over there too. Okay.
Grandfather loves us. Decay is on our side. We cannot fail.
I didn't even notice the toads, I'm going to be completely honest. Get out of there, get out of there. Yeah, no kidding, Crazy Horse.
Horn rot bags. Yes.
Yep. Speed and melee attack. Oh my god. We're, Okay. Anybody hungry this morning? I did too, Dakota. Try something new out this morning. Let's see how that works. Go ahead and get stuck in. You stay there. Oh, yep, they saw me. That's okay. That'll actually work out well for me. They saw the Noiglings. Oh, this should be fun. Yep. Yep. Have fun with that. Good morning, Walker. Alright, nerdlings. Uthor, here to have your meal. Zzz. Let's see, back up. I don't actually want you dealing with that.
Rocket True guy, play.
Hi. The Nurglings over there are having fun. Right, Uthor. Charge! I mean, they're like a bouncing ball. Thief 1, 2, and 3, Walker.
True guy, play.
Poor lizards. I actually rather liked the lizards in whichever game I played as them. I think it was 2.
Throne of
I get stuck in.
Raxen. Rocket King,
Yeah, I noticed the unit collision is different in this one than previous Total War games. I don't know, Walker. I've never played any of them, so I don't know what they're on, or how to get a hold of them, or anything like that. I mean, you know me and my fondness for the Argonians era. Good God, we're just sweeping here. Notice even my cheap junk unit, the Nurglings, are tanky as hell. You know, compared to their units, anyways. How are they not broken yet? Where is your unit that is not yet broken? There it is.
Bringer of sickness.
Yep, I'm playing Nurgle non-stop. Definitely a real thing that's definitely happening. He's poisoned. I don't actually know how poison works functionally, but he's poisoned. Produces speed, armor-piercing missile damage, base missile damage, base weapon damage, and armor-piercing weapon damage. So it's actually a debuff. It doesn't do any damage. What? That sucks.
children of Nurgle! Playfellows!
Yeah, I've seen that one, Pancakes. We'll have to build at least one during this play around, so people can enjoy the glory that is wrapping enemies to death.
One-eyed mortal!
Yeah, no, they appear to have stamina. Yeah, that sounds like a veto to me, Walker. Sorry. We did take some losses. Why is this being done? They're hungry, D20 Archon. They've got to have really good teeth, if you think about it. So, we can incubate the captives, gaining a lot of infections. We can devour the captives to replenish our army. Or we can send these souls to the Fly Lord, aka sacrifice them, to gain favor. I don't even know what favor is. Let's do that.
Bring them to their knees.
Oh, hey, here's how you play as the Nurgle. Oh, favor is gold. Okay, cool. So, money. It is completely for legality reasons, Yura. In some cases, I do like supporting games, but let me be very, very clear. I have absolutely no problem pirating a game that I can't get a hold of for my own personal reasons. But this is my legally protected job that I pay taxes on, so I like to be legally safe.
I must fine-tune my plagues.
Cauldron. There it is. Sorry, when you said on the top, I was looking on the top. Okay, so, concoct a plague. Boost your armies or weaken the enemy. Sect a base plague and add optional symptoms for further effects. Unlock new symptoms by spreading base plagues. Plagues continue to spread after being created and will also count towards unlocking new symptoms. Interesting. So what do we got here? Pox, buboes, ague, rot, and palsy. So, reduce melee attack. Can summon plaguelings. All units suffer attrition, including us. Casualty replenishment rate and attrition is worse in sieges or increased cycle time. I feel like we should go with palsy. Yes, yes. Spread palsy 5 times to unlock this. The Black Plague. Increases plague duration, increases Nurgle corruption. Chance of plague spreading is increased. Income from sacking and looting is increased by double. The Crumbling Ague. Oh my god. Looks like Nurgle's Rot is one I'd be interested in. So for that I need Limb, Blight, and Constant Vomiting. Constant Vomiting is Rot, and Limb Blight is ague. So, okay. Let's switch over to rot. Start working our way down. That's not quite how it works, Stumpy. It's more like that is a legal defense rather than that is a hard legal line, if that makes any sense. In other words, if someone decided to come after me, I could defend myself by saying, no, I actually own the damn game. And they could then drop it, or then they could pursue it. And then in actual court, I would have the defense of, I own the frickin' game that I am trying to emulate. It's a dissuasion rather than a prevention. Hopefully I'll never have to deal with that, because I don't feel like going to court. Okay, I would like to infect. I am now infected. Yes, yes. Good, good. Let's go spread the infection. I wish to infect everything. Everyone! And then, I don't know, win, I guess. Okay.
Unspeakable proxies.
Yeah, ironically, emulators are the least problematic part about emulating. Go figure.
Nurgle's command. Taliban of Nurgle. Children.
Did I lose my toads? I think I lost my toads. I wasn't even paying attention in the last battle. Wow, they have nothing but ranged for this. Oh, this should be fun. Never mind. They have something other than ranged. Well, even that isn't a hard line, Darkrai. And it also varies based on country, which is the other problem. It's a whole morass that, honestly, I'd rather not deal with, so I make it a point to own a physical copy, or a legal copy of any game I stream, and that's just that. That's not changing anytime soon, you know.
The Pox Father.
I have had several viewers express disappointment at that approach, and that's tough because that's not changing. Well, yeah, until I do this. I'm not even going to make it legal in that case. I'm just going to be like, yeah, what are you going to do about it? But they're stealing our stuff. No, they're not. We don't get money. One of the things that actually irritates me, near as we can tell, no, J. Palmer, but let's not get into that. Whoa. Okay.
The perfect blade.
Well, anyways, enjoy.
Blade rose.
Yeah, Abandonware is one of those interesting things. Because abandonware is also not a legal term. It's a casual term. It's a viewer term, or a player-based term, whatever you want to call that. It's a real concept, but it's not really a defense, because if a company suddenly decides out of nowhere to stop abandoning ware something, they can do that. Pretty much at will. That actually has happened. And it sucked every time. Just back. No, we've decided we care about this game now. Oh, okay. Thanks. Wow, they're already out of ammo. They have no ammo. That's ridiculous. I'm gonna lose this fight. No, because you can still go buy at J. Palmer, which is usually one of the closest things to a definition for abandonware we have. Oh, anyway, so what I was going to say, excuse me, one of the things that irritates me the most is when companies or even individuals argue that piracy, or excuse me, piracy is the wrong word, that people emulating or parroting or whatever are lost sales, which is a demonstrably proven falsehood.
Nurgle's pestilent.
Really? That, okay. But I don't want to get too much into that, because that usually gets into argument land, and nobody likes argument land. It's like the dark lands, right? Nobody wants to go there. Yeah, then there's the legal limbo land. That's actually happened for several games we've covered. Because ownership of franchises or IPs or even individual games can bounce around a little bit. And, that is a problem. Legal limbo land, well, I mean, I just said it. But legal limbo land is when you aren't really sure who actually owns the rights to a game. It's the kind of thing that could be nailed down if anybody cared enough to do so, but in almost every case, people don't. And you might think, oh, I never heard of that. And if that's true, that's probably because most of the legal limbo land is for games that nobody really cares about. I mean, I'm being facetious. Obviously, somebody cares about them, but you get my point, right? You don't hear about legal limbo land for, you know, big-name games. You hear about it for games where it's like, Unfortunately, there is an exception to that clause. The exception to that clause is that there are some games which when they were making the game, they had issues making the game. That's the simplest, quickest way I could possibly explain that. And so because they had issues making the game, there's legal question marks about the game itself. Because one of those weird things about legality is that, let's say that Huthor makes a game, but then Crazy Norse distributes it. Well, who owns the game? Now you might think, well, obviously Huthor does, but They might say, oh, well, it's obviously Crazy Norse. It depends, and that's the unfortunate reality of it, is it really does depend. Yeah, it depends on region, it depends on the specific agreement, it just depends on a lot of things. It depends on the era, too. Because nowadays we have a lot more standardization when it comes to game development and game publishing. We didn't have that standardization for like 2 decades. If both own it, that's another problem. Because joint ownership is a thing, but legally speaking, what joint ownership usually means, God, we just destroyed them, is that, well, now you have to consult both groups in order to do anything with it legally. And if you don't get both's permission, well... Anyways, what I'm trying to say is... death to communism. Okay, now that we've said that. Okay, so we need to reinforce a little bit. My goodness. Okay, so occupy, loot, and occupy, sack, and raise. Well, I mean, obviously we want to occupy.
And you...
As if there's any other option. We're not a marauding army. What do we got here? Come to grandfather. Increased relationship with the Cornate and the Slaanesh. Increased leadership and armor for the Nurglings. New plague symptom unlocked. Chance of plague spreading increased. Growth increased in certain climates. Recruitment class in certain climates. Nurgle corruption in adjacent provinces. Melee attacks do poison. Cycle time for specific buildings. It's about to enter. It's the beginning of 2024, I'm pretty sure, Darker. Although I forget the exact date. Please don't quote me on that. Pay what you want is an interesting economic model. It is the exact same economic model that I run on. The majority, percentage-wise, of my viewers don't give me any money, but that's okay, because the people who can afford to do, and that's how I continue to be able to produce content. Now, the problem with that is I'm relatively small scale, but... Let's buff the Nurglings. I like Nurglings.
Nurgle's pestilent cause would benefit.
Okay, so this only targets our own people. I don't want to do right now.
Kulgath, a plague father.
Yeah, it's another one. I have spit venom at the Tolkien estate for many years for being backwards and obstinate when it comes to allowing licensing on their works. And that's not even a static thing. Their opinions on it have changed over the years in both directions. I have hates dwarves. Why do I hate dwarves? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I know what the yellow line is. What's the green line? It looks spell-y. Yeah, sure. Go with that. Curse of the Leper. Increases armor and melee deflection. Grants and visitations. Strong versus characters. Stream of Corruption. Increased armor piercing damage. Light Boil. Huge explosion area is all that's called. It just says huge explosion area. Well, let's go with that. The ability to heal every time I cast sounds like a useful thing. As for you... let's make you Mr. Tank Boy.
I'll concoct a perfect plague.
So we've tried out the Plague Bearers. We've got Marauders. which do poison damage. Nurglings, of course. Beast of Nurgle. The Frog. The Toods. We've got Chaos Warhounds. And Chaos Furies, which we were already using. So what are the Warhounds? Hang on, hang on. Are we not limited in how much we can summon? I see. I mean, they're creatures being summoned from the ether, so okay, sure. Hmm. Oh, so it's Tzeentch. They have summoning sickness. Now let's at least try that out. See what those are like.
Submit to my research.
Okay, so we've got that, we got that. We could buff ourselves, but there's not a lot of reason to.
My bruise bubble.
We have an infernal harbor. And a Nurgle nest. We're working on. Okay, intern. Well, so far I hate a bloke, but, you know, I knew that walking in. It's okay. I can't crap on people to death yet. We do not have the diarrhea attack. I hate them for all the right reasons. That is apparently all I care about, Crazy Horse. According to some people.
The Plague Weaver.
Wow, we can get all the way there in one round. Screw it.
Ah, fresh spacing.
Can't.
I'll dissect them.
Fine. What's this do? Campaign movement disabled. Why would I do that? Oh, no, actually that makes sense. Okay, got it. So that's rest. This requires corruption. But, like... Okay. A random plague. It's called Nurgle's Visitation. The quote is, "He comes! He comes! He comes!" A random plague will be given to every settlement and army in this province upon completion. 15 turn cooldown, 15 turn cooldown, 15 turn cooldown. Interesting. Chaos Dwarfs suck! Worst class in the entire game. I spit upon them. You're too short. I can't tolerate it. I cannot abide. Probably yes, J. Palmer. Considering plagues usually benefit our armies.
Make them rot.
Results. Valiant defeat. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
We'll siege them with plagues. Sounds like fun.
Our enemies are but specimens.
Our enemies are but specimens.
Battle The ultimate experiment.
Yeah, we're playing Professor Putricide. Good news, everyone. The Nurglings are even better than before. Now let's go ahead and grab that one.
An aid to the plague crusade. Bring me their organ.
Oh god. That sounds mean, actually, Dakota. Yeah, I was gonna say, imagine your entire group is constantly having, typhoid, I guess? I don't know. All sorts of fun stuff. Malaria, yeah. Fun. Excellent. We must increase our income. Does increasing income actually increase our summoning power? Looks like it does. Okay, just making sure. Listen, green is best, okay? That is... God, that's so gross. It's okay, because we're not gross up here yet, right? Right? Right, okay, cool. I feel bad for these lizard folk, honestly. How are we looking here? Pyrrhic victory. Continue to siege.
I'll dissect them.
Yeah, the grass is getting slimy, I think is the word I would want to call that.
Nurgle's love.
I mean, you've heard of painting the map. We're kind of doing a variant on that. God, it is the whole province, too. Look at this. We're not even up here, and it's getting all slimy. Okay, that sucks. I assume the other types of corruption have different visual effects. Although, no, that makes sense, because we saw it in the prologue. There's like the weird, warpy, magic-y stuff for Tzeentch. And then there's obviously the Mordor born. Obviously, we're seeing Nurgle right here. I don't know what Slaanesh is going to look like, and I'm not sure I want to. Highly infectious, that sounds fun.
Grandfather's children.
Okay, so we're currently at the point where we can make Nurglings. We're going backwards, it looks like. So soon we'll have the decomposing thing. Which is good. Then we'll have really big thing. We'll have an extremely big thing. Because it's clockwise for some reason. I love how we have more control than any other faction we played as so far. Looks like 2 turns until it decays. Grows? I don't know what word to use here.
Our enemies are but specimens.
Wait a couple more turns here on this siege. I mean, there's lots of ways we could spread plagues into a city. Humans can do it. Pretty sure Nurgles can do it too. Nurglings. Nurglites. Nurglites? Nurglists? Something in the water. An uncommonly bloated plague toad is drawn helplessly to the befoulment of nearby sewer, but cannot squeeze itself through the entry grate. With a final terrible lunge, it wrenches itself across, tearing its vast belly open in the process. The countless black maggots within surge into the local water supply.
My pox rat.
Gross. Don't know, Loader.
Battle. The ultimate experiment.
We're actually sending a force to try and reinforce.
I will.
Well, there's the Great Unclean One. We're gonna have to tech for, apparently. Some Plague Toads, which we already have. Hang on. So we already have a bog. Which is... none of those. Is that a bog? No. That was the bog. There, no, that's defilement. There's the bog. Okay. We did it. We found the bog. Look at that one. I absolutely can, Huther. I've seen screenshots of the red. Hi, Dark Day. It was not great. How are we looking up here? Close victory. I think I can hold him out a little bit longer. We'll Nurgle it up a little bit longer. Seems the Nurgle way to do things. Just imagine you're being besieged by Nurgle. Like, being besieged in general sucks. And has sucked for a long period of human history. Now think about the fact that there's actually Nurglings and Nurglites and Nurglisms out there just kind of waiting, you know.
Nurgle's love shields us.
A terrible nausea grips you. And over the course of the next 7 hours, you slowly, agonizingly retch up a withered and weeping black orb, double the size of your own head. An egg or a fruit? So we can plant it in the fields to get some plague bearers, or consign it to the sewers to get 3 plague toads. Let's go with the toads.
Grandfather loves us all. My pox rats are lonely.
So let's see, we're trying to go for Limb Blight. And Rot, I believe, yep. Let's go ahead and infect, shall we? Oh no, let's summon a Plague Cultist. We haven't really done that yet, which requires more infection than we have. Okay, never mind. We'll come back to that. Infect. Well, the suggestion was 50 turns, Blade Trevall. We'll see in action.
Our enemies are but specimens.
Actually, funny. I think the Lizardman would be pretty good against Nurgle, but what the hell do I know, apparently? I am demonstrably wrong. The play has been made for the great game, and a new god rises to the fore. Khorne gains ascendancy. All Khorne factions have access to more powerful, unholy manifestations. That actually makes a weird amount of sense, Uthor.
Battle! The ultimate!
How are we doing so far here? They're not doing great. We're gonna wait one more turn. Just the one. And we're looking back here. Down to 233 factions out there. Population may now be spent.
Grandfather loves us all.
Okay. So we've starved them out for several days or months or however long it is. Now let's go kill them. Slowly. Okay, you'd think Necrons would be immune to it. I mean, come on. They're undead robots. What in the world? Okay, this should be fun. So, there's our siege towers. I honestly don't have anything to add to that. Okay. We're going to pull an old favorite of mine. Let's see. It looks like we can't be over there. No, we can. We can. Like I said, Stumpy. What? But, whatever, honestly. Okay. There's my beast. It's apparently a singular unit. Interesting. Might need a haircut. Okay. We're doing something very stupid just because I feel like playing around with this. Let's see how this goes.
Unspeakable foxes! There is no endeavor.
Come on. There you go.
No one than the study of death.
Did they... Wow, they abandoned their walls. Completely.
No fear, no regret.
Just completely abandoned them. Look at them. They are holed up. Right by the ziggurat. Also brickwork. Just enjoying the view here for a minute while my snails get into position.
Infection is inevitable.
Oh, I'm going to. I'm just looking around for right now. Interesting. Hello, Trihexia. Looks like they're going to get there first. Now imagine you're on this wall right now. Like POV. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. POV. Defend, troops! Yeah, that's a morale check. Exactly right.
Champion. Go in.
Meanwhile...
Marauders of Nurgle!
Yeah, the ramp looks like a reskin. Like, especially the way it just kind of clunked out. You know, I feel like our enemy has already given in to despair. Anybody else get that vibe? Well, we're about to open the gates, so maybe there's a reason for that. And that reason is Nurglings!
sickness.
Honestly, we're just gonna do this. The gates open? The gates are open.
Send my kill!
Swords. Wait. Tzeentch.
Wait, what? Oh, that's fine. Don't be in. Okay. You're done. Okay. There.
Seeking torment! We smell slaughter!
Speed this up a little bit. Oh, whoops. Yeah, it's like, they're just vomiting. Non-stop vomiting. Why is there a floating ziggurat here? Don't answer that question. Oh, hey, hey, there's the enemy forces. Hi. Nurglings! Some of their enemy forces haven't even engaged yet. They're like, no. We're good.
Pestilent marauder!
Yes, loner.
A brutal path! Spreading ruin!
Oh, the Lizardmen. I don't know what their proper faction is called, but that's them. Say, who am I fighting? They're actually holding their own better than I thought they would. For whatever that's worth. Nurglings. Alright, Hoothors, I got a job for you. You see those lizardmen over there? They don't understand just how much Nurgle loves them. That's a morale domino right there. I'm honestly astonished they haven't, like, completely fallen apart yet.
Pestilence!
They dare to live on fertile land.
Searching for battle!
Well, they're not completely broken. Let's fix that. You got this. It's just like 8 Lizardmen like, we're gonna turn the tide. Oh, no. No, we're not. We got this. Ah! I think we got him. Well, I can't deny the viscerality of the Nurglings. Much as I'd like to. We got a potion. Of course.
Laboratory for me.
So one more. We could get... Yeah, we're going to do a lot of Chaotic Wasteland stuff, so let's go ahead and get that. Viral Incubation.
Further my studies.
So the Lizardmen are soon to be dead. And by soon, I mean it's going to take them a long time. It's okay, we got a pit we can throw them in. What kind of corruption is that? It's none, apparently. It's just gross. Oh, is this the toxic runoff that was mentioned earlier? From the dwarves? Feeding right into us here. Okay, now I'm curious. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's literally on fire. Well, you know, that's a thing.
Kulgath, the Plague Father.
So I could get some advanced units, or I could get even more Nurglings. That's a lot of units. Oh my gosh. We haven't used a Warhound yet. So let's grab a Warhound. Yeah, there's one.
More plague spreaders are useful. I must test my contagion.
Here we go. Why is he carried around by nerdlings?
Scheme concocted.
Why do they have a second mouth around their stomach? Like, isn't that just going to make it harder to properly digest stuff? Like, there's a whole pipeline before you get to the stomach, right? Like, isn't that supposed to... Okay, whatever. Oh, the stomach one's for smooching. Okay, that makes more sense. That way hugs can be smooches, too. I think I've ever seen a picture of Nurgle. What about doing something very stupid? Oh, excuse me. Oh, I guess I have seen a picture of Nurgle. I didn't realize that was Nurgle. I just thought that was, like, one of his greater demons. Or is that one of his greater demons? Do they just look a lot alike? No, whatever. Because, yeah, that looks a lot like a greater whatcha-pig, because we've literally killed those before in Demon Hunter. And in Dawn War 2. How's our reinforcements going?
A perfect play.
Oh, so there's no actual depictions of the Chaos Gods. That's interesting. So where are we at right now? Oh, we're up to here now. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Well, since we're still a little limited, okay. Let's do this. Go do that. As much as I love Nurglings, I love Nurglings. Okay, let's get 3 more Nurglings there, just for a bit. Okay, we're good.
Join the grandest experiment. Rots prepared the plague weaver.
What? Oh. Go ahead and I mean, of course you prefer something to be undefined, Uthor. I'm pretty sure that if I released a book which was 300 pages of blank paper, you'd be like, yes! This is the greatest book of all time! I didn't even see them. Yeah, auto-resolve. I'm not gonna... And they're dead. Oh, no.
Grandfather loves us.
Didn't even see them coming. That's my fault. See... It's great. It's great. Okay. So.
Bring me their organs.
Just the organs. You don't want anything else, boss? Just... Okay. Whatever. That's cool. No. Stop being dumb.
I must test my contagion.
I'm curious. Yeah, that's what I thought. I did. I unlocked Fever, which is funny. Go to Rot again. Add Fever. That costs too much. Damn it. We need more infections. We need to infect more. And they're lizardmen, so, you know. Not going great. I wonder how bad the turn time starts to take later on. Because everybody says it's terrible, and it's like... I mean... Is what it is, right? Like, how do you speed up turn time in a game that has this much going for it? Or against it, or however you want to think of that.
Make them rot!
So, anyways, we're just gonna auto-resolve this because stompy stompy.
The ultimate experiment!
We gained the Leper Lord. Cool.
Nurgle's chosen.
Okay, so let's get another military thing going. We can afford any of them. Wrong thing, Lore. Wrong thing, Lore. There you go. 10,000. Ooh, that's going to take a few turns. We're going to save up for that. We're going to save up for that. No, Scion. We just started on Kugoth. Oh, back. Oh! Other parts of back. Morthlibe grows full, casting its sickly green light across the land. The Flylord's children rejoice, for contagion thrives under the Chaos Moon's cold shadow. The rotted legion erupts in fresh sores and in horrifying innocent coughs. A constant cough spraying fountains of plague-ridden spittle with every phlegmy bark. Okay, that's really awful.
It shall be done.
Yep, that's terrible. What that is.
Specimens required.
Well, let's get some more death going. Let's just do this one again. Boop. Infect. And then go attack them. For no reason. Did they just run? They just ran, didn't they? Yeah. Okay. No, yeah, that tracks. Do not blame. Boss, the Nurgles are coming. Run! Run, turn around and run. But we were just... Nope, run, run.
Is within reach.
It's alright, Scion. Like, it's definitely not my thing, but it's decently well designed. Even if it wasn't gross, this isn't the kind of playstyle I tend to enjoy. But that's okay. It's all good. Oh yes, attack me, please. Growth plus 10. Now we can do some of this stuff. Fecundity. Really? All armies gain chain regen. Affects up to 5 units. We've also got Plague Sight. Grants line of sight when a plague is spread. Nurglings replenish faster. Plus 7 leadership, spell resist, and missile defense when fighting Tzeentch. Chance of plague spreading. Unlock a new symptom. Postulant. Toads are better. Plague bears are better. I think we know what's best to go with here.
Nurgle's pestilent cause. Benefit.
Those are two large armies. Wow. Ooh, yeah, those are two large armies. Alright, this is gonna suck. Let's do it. Hey, Alex. Good morning. I'm not gonna say good morning to Saffron. Because every morning is witchcraft, heresy, and mutation, and therefore there is no such thing as a good morning. A Nurgle Plague Inc. clone. I mean, that feels like kind of what we're playing. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Alright, so we're not going to be tricky this time. They're coming from the left. I guess that's the east.
Nurgle's command. Plague living. Record infections.
There's a Warhound. We're going to put them on standby because I'm not sure what to do with them, honestly.
The perfect plague.
North is this way. So, east. And then we have the Huthors. I think you know what you need to do, Huthors. Actually, let's go ahead and split this up a little bit. Minimap, upper right, Saffron. I also have a mutation that allows me to just sense where directions are innately. Don't support them. Hey, where's my big dude? There he is. See, some of the Nurglings are already getting stuck in, as it should be. Terrible, terrible mistake of ignoring some of the Nurglings. Right, where's my Chaos guy? There you are. Go up here. New plan, new plan. Actually, no. Just charge right there. As for you... Well... I think you'd do me a favor. Run! Cancel, cancel.
My destination.
I did not actually know that, Saffron. No. I mean, that's not going to happen, but... amusing. How you doing? Yeah, you're doing okay. They're still waiting. Yep, there they come. Actually, you know what? Hang on. Slight difference in plan. Difference in plan.
Child.
Nurglings, carry him over there.
Experiment.
They're still just munching on some blizzards, like you do. I bet lizards taste really good. I guess this is our life now.
Kugas, reposition. Throne of Eldis.
You killed that guy yet? God dang. They're still kind of holding that line. They're still kind of holding that line. They taste like the meat they eat? Interesting.
Nurgle's pestilence.
We flee!
Oh, you got trapped. Ignore them. Ignore them. Get out of there. That's wild. Oh, we lost a Nurgling. Those lizards are holding those guys really well, actually. We lost a... Yeah, no, we're gonna lose. I knew we were gonna lose walking into it. There's no way.
They die!
Yes, Saffron. I've already played both, and I'll never play them again. Stop getting stuck in with the wrong people. So, my focus has been on streaming for the last 5 years, Wondersoul. So, the answer to your question is yes, but this is nothing new. At all. I just want to be very, very clear about that. Well, the Warhounds aren't going to help anything. Oh, let's just cause some pain before we go.
Kugas, plague.
Yeah, I never made money off of YouTube, and at this point I can definitively say that I know exactly how much money I was getting from patronage for YouTube. It's about $115 a month. Which,
The Pox Father.
anyways.
Pestilent
Oh, they rallied.
sent by Nurgle!
Yeah, no, I recorded pretty much everything you were watching that went live up until the beginning of this year. It was recorded way in advance, years in advance.
Corpse for Kuga!
Yeah. Correct, Walker. Yeah, not,
Swords.
exactly, Saffron. I mean, can you imagine if I actually aged?
Inevitable.
Terrible. what I want you to do. Cause some pain before you go. See, exactly, Dudatron. That's why we switched so hard to the reviews.
Give us ruin! Pestilent marauders!
Way I can live forever. And it doesn't even matter if it's a positive or a negative. As long as it's a point. I get more money from donations, percentage-wise, than I do from Patreon. Actually, to make that extremely clear, what I mean by that is PayPal takes less of a cut than Patreon does. There, that's how I'm going to phrase that. Well, we're getting stack wiped, but we're causing a lot of damage on the way out. I think Nurgle would be proud. Yeah, to be as absolutely nice as I can about it, Patreon is there for people who don't want to deal with the daily hassle or the monthly hassle of redonating manually every month. Which I understand. I'm not trying to cast shade. It's just, that's what it's there for. Go ahead and withdraw now. Now. Although I'm curious what happens if hero unit dies. I think we're about to find out. Wow, we killed a lot of them. We killed a lot of them. Didn't mean donate now, Walker. Just telling you the math.
Maggot King! Blaze!
Well, thank you, Walker. Always. Base weapon modifier for 20 of all factions. Cool. Due to the high-level corruption of the province, a cult is manifested in the settlement of Bilious Cliffs. Where?
Sorcerer at the helm!
I don't know what that is.
Your suffering is Nurgle's job.
Way up there. Interesting.
Reign secure.
Wait, this is just our territory now? Okay. Well, so we can make a colony. Which destroys the cult, but gives them a random thing. Oh, it's a hidden cult. Confused. Richer victims, so increase infection, increase income. Growth is higher than 200 infection per turn static. And of course, infection per turn. So that's when a lord's present. That's when they're doing well. And this is just infection. This just gives them a random plague, which destroys the building in the process. Let's go with infections per turn. Let's do that. Let's commit to that. At the edge of the world, I can see through the cloud layer there. What am I looking at? Okay, we're gonna just pretend that we never saw that. Alright, cool, cool, we're cool, everything's cool. Thank you, pancakes. I do like blowing up cities, but, you know. Yeah, no, that actually horrifies me. You know, the best part is you are one of 3 people I know who's done their taxes within the last 3 days. You know when I did mine? Give you a hint. It was a while ago. Yeah, I would do my taxes on January 1st if they let me. They don't. Did I allow Lords of Magic yet? Looks like I did. Okay. Well then, Lords of Magic. Yes, but I also have to do the yearly taxes, Walker. So I have to do taxes 5 times a year. So I'll put that towards Lords of Magic, Dragon Age Block, and Dragon's Dogma. Thank you, pancakes.
Embrace it.
Okay. What is this? Oh, okay. Alright, I'm saving for that. Although... Oh wow, we're getting more rotty, aren't we? Ugh. Yeah, I noticed they're plagued, which is the other thing I was working on. Oh gosh, I don't know. So, okay. Question for the crowd. You have access to one of the lores of magic. Which one do you go for? Other than the Great Maw, obviously, because they have this spell. There's a specific spell I'm looking for, and I just wanted to show it off, but I don't know what it's called. It's a spinning, like, scythe axe thing that carves a line. More of Shadow. More of Shadow. There it is. That's a terrible showcasing of that spell. Like, you want to do that long ways. Whatever. So someone said high magic. So we've got a buff. We've got a heal. We've got that. We've got anti-air. We've got a Phoenix. Who gets Lore of Metal? What faction? Oh, Empire, of course. Of course, we all know the best spell. Actually a lot more underwhelming than what I was expecting. Okay. Anyways. Let's see how badly this is about to go for me, because I just got kind of stoned. Hey, they're plagued. Yes. Yes. Give in to the plague side of the chaos, I guess? We're gonna auto-resolve that. Who cares about the garrison? The light side of chaos? Oh, it's the Space Marines, obviously. I'll take some incubations. Ah, that camera. Our army has received a plague. Sweet. I mean.
The supreme god of decay empowers me. Let the flies in.
Okay. We can't recruit a lot right now. And I'm saving money. The Lore of Ruin. Skaven! I'm not sure you really want to summon Skaven en masse. That sounds like a really terrible idea.
All shall fester. Worthy supplements to Nurgle's gifts.
Hi, Huth. Ah! Within a dark ravine, your Talaman sight the pristine corpse of a colossal ancient stegodon. The Great Lizard's presence here is a mystery, but nevertheless it shall become a glorious tribute. We can get a sword or increase corruption. Look at the sword. Yeah, sure. We'll make our plagues worse.
Nurgle's pestilent cause would benefit.
Okay, blah, blah, blah. No. No. Go away.
Blessed be the putrid.
Ah, here we go. 3 more turns until we can get Kugath back. Okay. Chrome semi-recently added some code to try and prevent ad blockers from working. I don't know if any ad blockers have since countered that code. Because, you know, that's the escalating war we've been in for a few years now. I don't even use Chrome for anything other than one specific task, and that's part of why.
Maledicta.
Can't do anything. Oh wait, no, I can do. I can do one thing, finally. Okay, so we can get this one, which gives me Plague Drones and Chosen of Nurgle and Chaos Knights, or I can get this one, which gets me the Great Unclean One. Beast of Nurgle, Beast of Nurgle, Beast of Nurgle. Aw. I think we'll do this one. Quit, as they say. I'm not sure I agree, Saffron. Now, maybe a negative. Maybe 10 negatives. Maybe 100 negatives. What do you think? Should we give 100 negatives, Saffron? I like your style.
Decay brings life. Bring ruin. Rot weaver.
It's 5,000 though. Yep, okay. Yeah, we need to get... I need to get more years in my life. Which means I need to get into giving equation negatives. Yeah, the plague cycle... The building cycling is neat, but ultimately I think it's a wash. I don't think it's actually a plus or a negative, to be completely honest. It's just kind of there. Now, the plagues, much more interesting strategic mechanic.
Plague bringer.
Yeah, exactly, Huthor. It's thematic, the end. Plagues, however, much more gameplay, much more to do.
Lord of...
Like, there's even stuff to work towards, and then there's other stuff to work towards. And it gives you a non-stop incentive to try and keep pushing for infections in order to gain more and more access to more and more plagues. Yes, so, I've been wanting to do this for a while now. Boop.
Cultist of the Fly Lord. Let this world turn.
We will, of course, rename this to Saffron. Alright, Saffron, I got a job for you.
A blessing. Plague Fathers, fetid blessings upon you.
And we have 5,000 now, so let's go ahead and get these going. And I think I decided this one. Yes. Yes. Sure, and I definitely know where that is, Huthor, to do that. Hey, quick. Google. How do I look up a unit's thing?
Such agonizing experiments I will wreak upon you.
What? Who are you, and why are you declaring war on me? And why do I care? Okay. Cool. By the way, several, I don't know if this is still true, but as recently as a few months ago, several people definitively proved, thanks to being able to cheat and or hack the game, to reverse engineer it, that all the AIs are automatically inclined to attack the player at all times. Not sure what I think of that, but, you know.
For her father's pestilence.
So there's Saffron. Yep, nope, that's definitely what Saffron looks like in real life. That's, So, there's a thing called soap, Saffron. No, I'm sorry, I'm being a dick. What do we got for you?
Wallow in filth, breeds disease.
Spread the plague. This will kill the cultist. Done.
Will bring.
Nurgle is now ascendant. God. You know, the really funny part is I couldn't really review Daikatana because not only do I not own it, but getting it playable is not super possible. So they've got a pox plague right now. Heal. I was gonna say, there's also an army sitting there. I can't tell if they're infected. They're just sitting there recuperating, like you do.
Maledicta.
Actually, hang on. I was just looking at this button. Where's that button?
Cataclysm.
There it is. One more turn.
Bring ruin.
Okay.
I
Well, obviously the first thing we need is Nurglings. I think we can all agree on that. There we go. No. Commit, please.
Strength
There we go.
complement magic.
Dark and dread times. Saffron has died in action. No. Poor Saffron. He died as he lived. Spreading the plague.
Blessed be the putrid. Plague bringer.
Okay. So how do I make you become him?
My intellect will bring Nurgle glory.
What he said. Are they not done yet?
Kulgath,
Not.
plague father.
So in one turn we'll be able to recruit nothing. In 2 turns we'll be able to recruit some marauders. Well, we could try. Make a run for it now, just for the heck of it. Yeah, I noticed we're at 20 turns. We haven't even managed to take this one province, although that's because I lost my army, which has taken about half that time to recover from. You don't need eyes to see. He will show us the way. Let's go ahead and spread egg, shall we? Let there be rot, as they say.
Specimens required.
Let's try to hold the province, shall we?
Seaborne infections. Intrigue.
Then we'll switch to Slaanesh. Oh, looks like... Could they get infected? I can't tell. Here's a question. Who's the weakest faction to fight Nurgle with?
An aid to the plague.
As in, who is the faction that Nurgle is best against?
What does plague do to fish?
Whoa, okay. That's... Wow. That is a lot of skanks. Okay,
Most
yeah. Let's just back off. Let's just back off. Back off.
move forthwith. The perfect plague is within reach.
Well, they decided to come after us.
Our enemies are but specimens.
Well, we did get a lot of infections out of that. Growth 20 to all provinces. Plus corruption, all provinces. Yeah, we'll go growth. Hey, they upgraded. Okay. And by upgrade, I mean they built, so now we can actually get some dudes going.
Poxmaker.
Right? Right? Cannot recruit unit. Why not?
I must test my contagion.
I can't tell. I mean, I'm in the province. But I can't tell if I'm in, like, their territory or my territory. I don't see anything indicating either direction. Province line's up there. Oh, let's back off. Giant trail of slime, like you do. Still can't recruit them.
I miss my lab. My specimens. This will infect so many. Yes, this will aid my studies.
Yeah, I can see that, Dr. Winter. I think that's a pretty dumb idea, Zyktef, but then again, we all know the real reason it happened. So, any canon ideas are just trying to spackle over some holes. Oh, okay, Huthor. That's not how I thought that worked. Gotcha. That is very well controlled. So now, hypothetically... No, I still can't. Where are we at on these? Looks like in 2 turns I could... Jesus Christ. Okay.
Someone fetch me a scale ladder.
Yeah, just sit there and regenerate, would you? Maybe you weren't listening to me. I said sit there and regenerate. I mean, the chips was always a dumb idea. But then again, it was always a brilliant idea, too. Depending on how you think of it. Yeah, I'm already noticing that problem with Thor. I lost my momentum. My fault. And so now we're just sitting here. It's like, if I could use a really dumb parallel, it's like Factorio. If you're in the vehicle that's not a tank, so just the car, and you run into something, it kills your momentum completely. And then you're just stuck there, like, trying to slowly get out at slow speed while stuff is shooting you. Actually, that's even true on the tank. The only times I've ever died on the tank in that is when I hit something and lost all momentum.
The perfect plague is within reach.
Hi, Hazardous. Tonight!
The fetid brewmaster. Total decay.
So, here's the question, and I mean this with total sincerity. Do you think the momentum problem qualifies for a negative, or merely the absence of a positive for Nurgle? I do like the plague mechanic. That's definitely a plus. I'm talking about everything else. Like, honestly, if the Lizardmen were smart here, they'd be smashing me right now. They could sweep me if they were smart about this. No, that's my normal playstyle. Although, I don't know what that means, Huthor. So, back in the day, there was something called rushing, in terms of RTSs especially, but it's true for anything, like Civilization even. And rushing sucks, to put it as bluntly as I can. Rushing is a different game. And I mean that with absolute sincerity. If you are playing of a style of being a rusher, if you're trying to hit the enemy as quickly as possible and then win that way and end a match in 2 minutes, which you can do, then you are playing a different game than just playing, you know, StarCraft or Civilization or Command & Conquer or whatever. They all have this. Warcraft 3 has its own related issues, and you get the concept. So, yeah, I never liked rushing. I was actually really good at it because it's all about just knowing the spreadsheet, so to speak. At this many seconds into the match, you do this. At this many seconds in, you do this. If the enemy is this, you adapt with this. It's just kind of a very simple if-then statement. And I never enjoyed that, going all the way back to Command & Conquer. So, I suppose I'm just not very aggressive because blah. Ah, gotcha, Huthor. Sense make. Can we recruit yet? Hey! We have gotten some people we can recruit. Okay. Yeah, drone rushing. Worker rushing is actually a very common thing. In Total Annihilation, you can transport rush, which is a real thing. I'm not making this up. So what you do is you have your initial dude, you know, your commander, and you start with your commander. You immediately get a little bit of resources going. Go straight for the airport. Go straight for a transport. Send the transport after the commander. Just kind of come in behind him. It'll be easy. Pick the enemy commander up. Detonate him, and you have successfully killed the enemy side. You can do it inside of, like, 70 seconds. And that's if you're going slowly. I don't even know what a fully optimized transport rush is. And you see how that's kind of a different style of playing than what Total Annihilation encourages. Or any of those style of games. So let's go with... How many of these can I afford? Let's commit. Honestly, I know that I'm going to get some hackles for this, but honestly, I think I agree. So, we'll go with that. Yeah, Tier 1 Bomber Rush. I'm familiar with that one, too. Toads. So when this game launched, which was a year ago now, I heard a thing I heard often, a recurring thing I heard. absolutely not Zactaft, was that the Chaos Undivided faction was just better than the Mono factions, top to bottom. Curious how much of that is still true. I know that they did acknowledge that that was a problem, and I don't know if they've worked on it, but again, this is year-old information at this point. This is Kira White Noise information at this point. No, that doesn't make sense. No, I don't care. Well, I don't mean anything, Dr. Winter. I'm just repeating what other people have said. Thank you, Kira White Noise. I'll put that towards the city builder block for Aspera and the Neos. Well, since I don't feel like waiting more turns, which I know is the dumbest possible reason, but I'm still going to commit to that concept. More Nurglings! Okay.
Submit to my research. Scheme concocted.
Let's go and infect ourselves really quick here. Let's go back to a neutral stance. Now, ironically, we now have to end our turn again, because... yeah, the roster was a big thing that was mentioned several times. I mean, that is a very common thing, Crazy Nurse. You're absolutely right. I mean, hell, that's true in MMOs with class design. It's arguably true when it comes to other games as well that have classes or factions to them. Let me use a direct example, because this goes back a while. Age of Mythology, Atlantis is arguably the superior faction in terms of overall design and just how overpowered it can be compared to the other factions. I know China's its own thing, but Atlantis... Alright. Oh my god, do I need to just start keeping a thing here? No, my eye. Ah. Oh, I know, Nero says. That's why I said China's its own thing. It's just over there. We're not talking about that right now. Doesn't exist. All joking aside, I will go and give my opinion on that very quick. The China faction and campaign both suck. It's just nice and simple. Don't have much else to add to that. That is way too long of a term, Astros. I know my Loriums are terrible, but damn. Age of Mythology, I don't think is anywhere close to funded. Yeah, exactly, Blade 12. The same is true over in WoW, by the way. And frankly, even in Guild Wars 2, and you're like, but they haven't added any new classes. They add new elite specializations as time goes on. And those new elite specializations are generally just better than the older ones. There are precious few exceptions to that. I'm sorry. What is that, Cyan? Sorry, that took me a long time to decide that. Yeah, well, yeah, no, it's not necessarily deliberate. The reason I brought up MMOs specifically is because usually the reason that later classes are better is because the developers have had years of experience with the exact game they're developing the class for, and they then apply that experience. It's actually a form of expansion effect. The reason that when Death Knights came out, they were just better than every other class is because they had had 2 full expansions and like however many years of developing class design for WoW. And so they're like, okay, let's make a new class, and it was awesome. The same thing with Monk, and the same thing with the other classes I can't think of the name of right now. Oh god. The new dragon one, I can't think of the name of it. But also, of course, Demon Hunter. Evoker. Thank you. Are we still recovering?
Rotting oxygen.
Yeah, Civilization has this exact same problem for the exact same reason. Now, in some cases, so, asterisk, in some cases, a developer will deliberately make new stuff better in order to encourage a form of power creep. I can think of 2 examples of that right off the top of my head. Actually, 3. The first is Magic the Gathering. The second is Hearthstone. But the third, and aka the first one I actually thought of, is Star Trek Online. STO has deliberately been introducing better and better ships and better ship mechanics and better ship design bit by bit to encourage players to keep buying the new ships. The first Tier 6 ships that ever came out are a joke compared to the modern Tier 6 ships. So that's a deliberate attempt to try and invoke this thing. Why are you taking so long to heal? This is also why when a class gets a total... Yeah, exactly. This is also why when a class gets a total overhaul in like an MMO or something, usually what ends up happening is that class gets kind of brought up to the current level of complexity and design. Good example of this is the Summoner over in Final Fantasy XIV, which was massively overhauled about a year and a half ago at this point. And yeah, it's a much, much better class. Paladins over in WoW have had that happen 3 separate times. Warlocks have had that happen twice. No. So yeah, we're finally going to do this. I've been wanting to do this for a while now. Oh, yes, sorry. That army. Heal. Heal. It's still going to take 2 turns, it looks like. Yeah, Machinist. Another good example. You get it. You get it. So that's kind of my point, is it's kind of natural for newer stuff to just be better. Because, again, it's expansion effect. It's not a guarantee, though. As we've already listed several examples of. There are not streams on Sunday unless something has gone wrong. I heard Beastmen were not just bad, but, like, actively pathetic before their particular overhaul. Never played them. Can't speak to it personally. That's just third-party information there. Beastmen are a beast, man. Okay, you can shoot me for that one. I'll accept it. It's funny, I was thinking about D&D specifically, Takoida, because that's kind of its own little thing. There's a storm of sewage. For 7 days and 7 nights it rains, and the crumbling sewers below prove unable to cope. Their fetid contents erupt from the earth. So we can get more research. Or casualty replenishment rate, please. For the love of God. I still need to wait 1 more turn before I can go attack. Ugh. But we have access to Tier 3 tech. So what do we got here? Curse of the Slug. Interesting. Armor increased for a lot of creatures. A lot. Plague infection. Increased corruption, and we gain highly contagious. Chance of spreading plus 20%. Yes, Scion, that's why we're doing Slaanesh next. Plague beasts. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, that's for the Beast of Nurgle. Rancid Visitation. Gives Great Unclean Ones an ability. Cool. Which one's the Living Tree of Death? Or Decay, rather. Whap. Yes, Tim. Very much so. The story... I mean, I mentioned this before. The story of Dawn of War 1 Vanilla, Dawn of War 2 Retribution was actually pretty legit. You know, no joke, no lie. Let's go with that. Let's keep plaguing it up. And we should be ready to go. Nope, we still got one more turn. One more turn. Yeah, then came the outro. It's telling that the only good outro of all of them in Retribution was the frickin' Olk getting his hat back. And the more you think about that scene, the less sense it makes. Correct, Huthor, that's the current plan. I honestly feel like I've seen enough to have reviewed Nurgle at this point. Ooh, Plague Toads. Plague Toads.
I must test my contagion.
I'll leave it at your disposal, Zactav. You do what you gotta do. So let's plague ourselves. Like you do. Let's get moving.
The Plague Weaver.
I think we just did, Uthor.
I've made a
That's an interesting looking ship. I can barely see it underneath the floor.
Bring me their organs.
But I don't want to bring you their organs. That's gross. The heck does that mean? Oh, that's their stance. Okay, got it. And they're mustering.
I'll reduce.
Did you seriously make Okay, okay. This might be a curb stomp. Unless they can get back in time, which they probably can. We'll just wait very patiently. So hi, Savicom. Welcome to the Gross faction. Don't worry, the next faction we're playing is also gross. How would I write gross stuff? I wouldn't. It's really, really easy. You just don't. You'd be surprised how easy it is to not write gross stuff. Okay, never mind. That's a much bigger army. Wow! Alright, let's go ahead and start sieging them down. Hopefully today, Mike Kamano. Because really, there's only 2 gross factions for me in this, and we're knocking them both out first.
I will.
Do we have enough oh, we got tons of infection. When did we get so many infections? Yeah, Scarbrand I'm not worried about, and Tzeentch I don't think is going to be particularly gross. I could be wrong, in which case we will be gross, 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 and then we'll stop being gross at that point. Because I don't actually find the Skaven particularly gross, and the ogres are too funny to be gross to me, so it should be cool. Maybe. How much does that add to the cost? Ooh, quite a bit. Let's cancel that. What are we trying to get to? Okay, what are we trying? What are we trying? We're trying for that one. So we need constant vomiting. Where's constant vomiting? We're seeing it. Oh, there it is. So we need to start doing rot again. So we're going to cast rot on ourselves. There we go. Yes. Yes. There's the camera being psychotic again. Okay. I don't know. I mean, maybe the Skaven will bother me in this game. Maybe we should play the Skaven after we finish the Chaos campaign, which I can't think of the name of. Mark of the Madness, Chaos, Doom. Okay. Retreat. Get out of there. Get out of there. Oh god, camera.
My bruise bubble.
Okay, let's do this. Let's hit end turn a bunch. Just retreat, just retreat.
Most wise. I'll infect this entire land.
I mean, you know what? I actually agree. I agree. We're done. We did it! Whew. Okay, we did it. Now for Slaanesh. Here, nope.
Master of fire.
Nope.
Metal.
There we go.
I am Prince and Emperor.
So, Slaanesh.
Witness my majesty.
So, increased allegiance points, diplomatic relations, and tribute from vassals. Got it. Can already tell where they're going with that. Increase experience gain every time a new faction is fought in battle. Seduce units cost is reduced. Enemy leadership is reduced in local regions. We start in the circle. We start in Atlantis. Cool. Actually, yes. My Kamano, it's easier than you'd think. I'm not going to read that out loud. Alright, so, yep, we're evil. Got it. Go. Diplomacy, huh? Okay. It's okay. No nipples were harmed in the making of this faction. Probably. I mean, pushing out of the back foot can be enjoyable, and I mean that. Especially if you start on the back foot, but getting mired in a quagmire, honestly, usually is just boring in most of these kind of games.
Will you savor the tastes of ecstasy with me?
I mean, Soulstorm is probably a bad example here. God, we're way up here. But remember how we ended up cheating, or rather skipping Soulstorm just because it was just going to be a time-consuming thing? Yeah. So here's Slaanesh Corruption. It's pink. It's very pink. You can see why the trees have low-res models now. Okay, well, who are we fighting? Who are you? What are you?
Futile.
High elves? Wood elves? Blood elves?
Ready to sample the wares?
A faction's seductive influence increases when contact is made with a Slaaneshi faction via diplomacy or battle, or via cult's gift of Slaanesh. Factions with high seductive influence are more manipulatable and can eventually be forced into vassalage. Only humans, elves, and beastmen are vulnerable to seductive influence. So we can only seduce elves, humans, and for some frickin' reason, beastmen. That's vaguely confusing. The Scented Pavilion. Right. Hold on. Well, that says it all, doesn't it? Hang on. Hang on. Okay, that's not as many, but... Well, what I was noticing was I was looking at my Slaanesh units, and I was like, wait, that sounds like the same type of unit the other one had. Like the Devoted Marauders. Or the Chosen. Or, there was one other one. There's the Chariot dude. The Chariots, there we go. Chaos Chariots and Secret Chariots. Interesting. Well, whatever. We're going to accept that those are different. We're going to treat them as if they're different. What do we got here? Why? Well, whatever. We need money more than anything else, so... Oh, apparently we need control more than anything else. Holy crap. Damn. Our buildings actually give us negatives when we have low control. And, by the way, we currently have low control. Bonuses? When control is negative, reduce control. When control is negative, income increased? What? The control is... Hang on. What? Why do you want low... Don't answer that question. So we can throw a party, which increases growth and control. We can throw a hunt, which reduces recruitment cost and increases recruitment rank. And we can throw an arena, corruption also increases seduction and control and income. Okay. Sure. What's our tech tree look like? Euphoric dominance. Grateful enslavement. Aberrant promiscuity. Alright. I think we have officially seen Witchcraft Heresy. Mutation. I notice we can just jump into most of these right now, by the way. The ultimate ability there is called Rampant Consumerism. Let's do that.
A fine boon.
So, unholy spells. All units in this army will instantly take damage, however they increase range, speed, weapon strength, and charge bonus for 6 turns. Devotees 100, growth 9 is 60 in an enemy province. Seduce units budget doubled, Slaanesh corruption 8. Disciple army will be summoned near this army each turn for 5 turns. Okay. Yeah, they do. Oh, we already looked at that. We already looked at tech. We have devotees. We'll look at that in a second.
Pleasing perfection.
Amass devotees by raiding, looting, and sacking. The higher the negative control, and income, the more devotees will join your cause. Consume them by establishing cults, forcefully vassalizing other factions, and summoning disciple armies. So, like... Can I be like...
Tyrant of Nagaroth.
Join me. Join me. I have confetti. I probably can't do anything initially. I don't even know how to do anything.
The cult of unfettered pleasure.
Dude. Okay.
Cruel and deadly.
I can be like, hey, you. Or you.
Speak.
Who apparently like me for some freaking reason.
Marathi will listen to your plea.
Trade agreement, military access, defensive alliance, military alliance, become vassal, break pact, payments, join war, declare war. We apparently have a non-aggression pact with them. That's odd. Oh, right. Quick deal. I keep forgetting that even exists.
What you want?
Why? Why the orcs? Whatever.
My cult is your cult. Oh, yeah.
See, I just want to be right in the middle there. Just kind of absorb all of that into myself. Okay, so...
My divine master.
Let's see. So we can establish a cult, which I want to do. Are you dark elves? I can't even tell. Excuse me, are you a dark elf?
Lord of the Druki.
You look vaguely dark elfy.
Do I please you?
Go establish a
The
cult.
cult of plentiful excess.
Here's how this faction plays.
The cult grows. What secrets beneath the sand?
Hey, we've infiltrated them. That means exactly, but we're there. We have established a cult. What can we do? It's probably the exact same stuff, right? Yep. Oh, no, it's slightly different. Okay, so what's this do? So... increase devotees, and increase seduction, increase diplomatic with that faction. A cultist hero will be summoned if capacity is available, +1 capacity for cultists, increase seductive influence, or of course, summon a disciple army. out for now. We already... did not.
Absurd.
That's the enemy I'm facing. 2 people. That's terrifying. Okay, what do we got?
Lord.
Melee, whip infantry, sword infantry, chariots, spear cavalry, and whatever that is. Alright, well, let's go kill people. Listen, if I wanted to play an all-cavalry army, I'd play as the ogres. Who was the first DLC race? All the way back in Warhammer 1. Does anybody know? The Beastmen! Or the Warriors of Chaos? Oh, wow, that is pink. Okay, we're gonna pretend we never saw that. Ooh, okay. That is very pink. What's the name of this place, by the way? Not specifically. I mean, like the High Elven Circle place that we're in. Atlantis. Ulthuan. Definitely gonna remember that. So I wrote it down. Jesus Christ. Okay, so we are very fast. I cannot help but notice.
Supple servants of Slaanesh.
So let's do... Gosh, okay.
Hail, Spirit!
They cannot resist us.
Yep, nope.
They cannot endure.
Those are blades. That's what I thought.
Pain is a gift.
Striders! More glory for the eternal hunt! We will feed upon the intoxicating energy of
Why is their hair prehensile? You know what? Never mind.
Torture's sweet kiss. Supple servants of Slaanesh.
Hellstriders! Hellstriders!
Souls. Die.
I guess the enemy just didn't show up today. They're definitely not hiding in the trees or anything.
Die quickly.
Oh. Alright.
Father! Dark bargain.
Bend to our
Actually, no.
Go!
That is a fast hero unit. Good God.
Marauders of Slaanesh!
No one faster.
I thought it was a he. No, I'm thinking of Tzeentch himself, aren't I? My bad.
Bring out soul!
Aha!
On the hunt!
I'll take your word on it, Uthor.
Hands of suffering! Hell Scourge! We must!
Faster.
Marauders!
Get in there. Do your job.
Our master asks! To the next victory! Marauders of Slaanesh! Hell Scourge!
Had to fight me in the friggin' woods, didn't you?
Hellstriders of Slaanesh!
Demonettes!
Marauders of Slaanesh! Driven by pain!
I mean, it is. Like, some of my units I'm not even going to try to put in here because why would I? That's just a waste of everything.
Endless craving!
They have reduced the amount of nonsense they have to deal with.
Fresh hope! For Lord Slaughter!
Demonettes! Torture's sweet kiss!
That's interesting. I mean, that would then be fluid, Uthor, so that tracks.
Attack!
Souls for Slaanesh! Guided by hunger!
Death through sensation!
Do not touch the Kari.
Marauders! It brings souls! Consume them!
Truth! Justice! Demonettes of Slaanesh! A dance of pain!
Glorious!
Decadent seekers! Divine! Sneaky!
mean, it's okay, Saffron. I've seen better.
We go!
Skaven! Sorry.
A desire granted. It satisfies today.
Why aren't you doing your commands correctly?
Torture sweet kiss.
Oh, whatever. Did we kill the guy? No. Kill him. No, just kill him. Cool. I don't know what's better in this game, other than the scythe, obviously. And the fist. Fist is better. Right, no, of course. These are the most amazing things. I'm super happy playing as this faction. Can't wait to be done. Alright, so. What are our options? We can gain resources, devotees, or replenishment. Let's gain devotees. We've gained a follower.
My divine master.
Why are you shaking like that? Have you been eating brains again? Oh my god.
The Tempter Lord.
I must disrobe. It is hot.
Yeah, I noticed speed plus 12%, and then charge bonus. Deadly Onslaught. Charge bonus. Yep.
A new way to slay.
Pleasure, for pleasure's sake.
Alright, let's go... Let's go down here. Let's go this way.
The cult calls, and I will go.
So many souls to feast on.
Give it a second. Alright, now that Huthor's gone. Oh! Time to play as the Skaven. Wait, no.
Hunger for souls.
Let's go ahead and start sieging.
Their souls.
Slaanesh sounds like a siege class, or spec, or whatever, right?
Slaanesh's courtesan. I know my place.
Lush and friends.
No, not yet.
At last.
In Nagaroth, the weak perish.
We need more devotees. We need a lot more devotees. Alright.
I shall taste
Yeah, that's what I thought was gonna happen. That's not what I thought was gonna happen. Alright, so then we die. I'm not gonna try. I'm not gonna try. We die to a man. So we just lost our entire army. Cool. Okay. They counterattacked, which honestly I was expecting. But I wasn't expecting to not be able to flee from it.
Cultist of the perfect prince.
Why not? It'd be nice if it would tell me what that cooldown is.
My divine master.
Oh, okay.
My prince.
God, I just noticed. Okay. Ah, there it is. 13 rounds! Which means 15 rounds, is what that actually means. Wow! Okay. Yeah, okay, okay. Hang on. So, we lost. Let's not even. Let's not even.
I command here.
the delights we shall savor.
Gonna turn it down to easy for no reason. We lost, Tootie. So we accepted the loss and we moved on. We want to try after Grossface? Probably the third Grossface. We're just getting all the terrible factions out of the way first.
Ecstasy with me.
So,
My divine master.
here.
The cult of plentiful excess. The cult grows.
Well,
Futile.
no, corn isn't gross.
You are not worthy of our attention.
So, we'll do corn later. Okay, corn isn't gross to me. We'll be doing Tzeentch next, by the way. Getting all the gross out of the way.
shall cavort and confound.
Yeah, but Skaven aren't technically on the list right now, so we're not going to do them
Your
anytime soon.
imperfections are abhorrent.
Haste.
So we've actually already done this battle, so...
Behold my wrath. Thralls, puppets.
Okay.
I am thirsty. The Tempter Lord.
Yeah, I don't find the Skaven gross personally. I can see finding the ogres gross. That's easy. I mean, honestly, even that song I'm rather fond of. I don't like the visuals of that song because it's gross. Hmm.
Cultist of the perfect prince.
This is mine, and mine alone.
Taking a minute.
You tantalize me.
What, this page? Yeah, we looked at it last time. Ugh.
Do you wish to be titillated?
Let's spread corruption over here.
Go with disgrace.
Just kind of sit there and make corruption happen, will you?
Elven twins. I need their souls.
Although I could do that instead. I'll think about that.
Feared by all.
No.
The Tempter Lord. Eternal taster. I must taste flesh.
Oh, right. What can we do? Right.
You will serve. You have no choice.
What, this one? The one I just lost to, Scion?
The cult of endless delights.
Not sure where the enemy army is. I don't even see him right now. How you doing?
Ridiculous.
Ah, right. That's why. Okay. I mean, I was really outnumbered. I don't think I was going to pull that one. I suppose didn't think I was going to pull that one.
The cult of plentiful excess.
Let me imbibe your essence.
Okay, well,
To savor
let's see if Scion is incredibly right, or worse, incredibly wrong.
The cult yearns us move.
You know, I was about to say at least there's no weird, like, organic stuff in the terrain, but then I zoomed in a bit. And there's just tentacles and spikes and whipping sounds, apparently. There's probably tentacles doing whipping, too, if we're being honest.
the mortal realm is my new fiefdom.
I'm pretty sure I can think of a few people who don't like tentacle whippings.
Hunger for souls.
Oh. Let's see how this goes. Okay. Lots of trees. Sucks.
Bring us a joyous degradation.
Souls for Slaanesh.
The debauched ones!
Hell's Riders of Slaanesh. Spearmen!
Of course.
Guided by hunger.
Kai, your desires are mine. Move.
Fear our speed. Guided by hunger.
Demones!
Sin and depravity.
No.
The body moves.
East fast. Air fast. Whatever.
Slashing cultists! Time to charge!
Riders!
Worship Sornal!
Pain and despair. Spears!
Agreed.
Demonat of Slaanesh!
Actually, let's do something weird.
A dance of pain.
On the hunt!
Bend to our will.
Spearmen!
Now!
Demonette of Slaanesh!
The serpent strikes!
Decadent seekers!
Marauders of Slaanesh!
Do not touch the Kari! Now!
Pain is a gift! The cult rise!
Supple servants of Slaanesh!
Alright, they're probably on guard again. Why does it default to that? Better question, does it default to that every single time? That could be irritating.
Souls! Yes!
Not whispers of glory! Demoness! Alive the slain!
I'll have to figure that out. Because basically, I want guard to be off by default, and I want to turn it on situationally, right?
Demonette!
So I'll have to figure out what that is.
Move with grace!
Pain is a gift!
Beast!
Chariots. Am I right?
Thing is of joyous degradation! We go!
Time!
Sir Jerome! Torture's sweet kiss!
Enjoy your deaths! Savor their agony!
The debauched ones!
Off my angle at this point. Maybe over here.
Death through sensation! Slain! Kill!
Yeah, oh, jeez. Yeah, I would not want to be in front of that nonsense.
Demonette of
At all.
Slaanesh!
Demoness!
Anyway, second charge, go. Not quite as satisfying. There's a lot of blood out here.
Yes! Yes!
Yeah, just keep killing them. It's fine. It's fine.
Souls for Slaanesh! Finding fresh stone! Marauders!
Oh, I guess we won. Yes. God damn, 79 losses. We got a scroll. Obviously, we're going to occupy. As if there's another option. We got a painter. Okay. Cool. That's confusing, but I'm not going to argue it.
Tempter Lord!
Actually, I have two painters, apparently.
You
Yeah, you.
may bow.
Aw.
Let me imbibe your essence.
No, I'm good. Thanks, though. Yeah, I'll go pop that, too.
How delightful! The greater secrets are mine alone.
So cult building takes 1 turn to make. That's what I wanted to know. Now we play the waiting game.
Unwise.
So let's see how this works, because I'm curious of this mechanic.
Just a sample.
We're going to scooch in range, but not completely. We're going to stay in our own territory so we get some regen bonus of being in our home territory, but we're in striking range, and... that's the buff. We're good. We have another turn. Look at the pretty ziggurats in the distance. And the giant... That's not even a tentacle. What is that? It's like a spiked appendage sticking out of the ground. Mutation is usually the bailiwick of Tzeentch, but it is useless for Slaanesh. There's a moan from beyond, and your followers sprout gossamer lavender tendrils wherever they tread. The new fronts help them to flesh, caressing, and lashing. Clasping and tantalizing. More corruption. Okay, that's all I care about. More corruption. Oof.
I shall have vengeance.
There's the what-you-fig army, I do believe. So let's...
Sensation lures me.
Now.
There we go. Oh, Jesus, that's still supposed to be a defeat. With 2 armies. Alright, Alright, let's siege. I've got an idea. I've got a terrible, terrible idea. We're gonna siege.
Most privileged of Slaanesh.
Oh yeah, sorry, I should probably make a Slaanesh tower. Hopefully it doesn't look like what I'm worried it's gonna look like. We didn't even try a battering ram. We'll try a battering ram this time. Just one. Just one. We'll see how that goes. Well, they have decided to fight us, which is interesting, because we're not getting our reinforcements for that. So, retreat.
One man's pain is another's pleasure.
Okay. So we can't siege them.
In my excellence.
Okay.
I bring Azurian's fire.
Prince's Herald. Oh, yes. All will die in rapture.
The Tempter Lord. Onwards!
No, it's fine. I'm only going to be playing this for like another hour anyways.
Sensation.
This faction, I mean.
I am pleased. All you require and more, if you bless Makari with your soul.
You're paying me for non-aggression pact? Sure.
The Lord of Excess reigns supreme.
I war.
I exist to serve.
Oh, I meant to get a siege tower because I wanted to see the siege tower and the thing. Whatever. It's too late now. Too late now. We are doing it live. Interesting layout. Nice bird statue up there. We even got a Claude Anderson up in here. Oof! Thank you, Claude Anderson. And as a reminder, you can put that towards up to 3 things at no cost if you'd like to. Not that you have to. Okay.
Marauders! Endless craving.
I mean, this is pretty. And not corrupted and gross and evil, so that's a nice bonus too. Look at it. I mean, the brickwork in this game is surprisingly good. I've already commented on that. Look at this. Look at it. You can see the cracks in the statues. Come on. Well, I could deliberately lose Saffron. Terrible idea, even. Why are you playing a Slaanesh? So that they lose. What?
I need souls.
Alright. Let's see how this goes.
The pavan of your misery is my desire.
No, that's perfect. That's actually what I want. So we've got...
Makari
Go
move.
ahead and start scooching up there.
Spearmen!
To our will.
You're already getting hit, but that's okay. You're the fast group. You got it, Claude Anderson. Give me 1 second here, please. Oh, I didn't mean to hit super speed. It's the pause button. Whatever. We'll just manually hit pause. So, Entropy 02 and the BRPG block. Thank you again.
Do my lips! Supple servants of Slaanesh! I'm in agony! Supple servants of Slaanesh! A flurry of talons!
Eternal hunter.
You have to define that one. What do you mean by new siege battles? Oh, siege battles sucking less? I will agree that's probably the absence of a negative.
Onward!
Torture free!
Maybe. Not sure if it's a positive yet. I'll have to think about that. Probably when we start doing our canon campaigns. For God's sakes, hang on. Default guard mode. There it is. Boom. Get rid of that nonsense. Meh. Wanted to guard mode, I would tell you to guard mode. Do your job. Yeah, exactly. Ask the question about sieges on turn 120. That is exactly right. Here. Gift from me to you.
Morado!
Why are you not charging the ranged guy? Oh my god. Go! Do your job.
Sensation! Pain is a gift! We go!
Time! Now!
Bringers of joyous degradation!
Lots of idle army. I'm trying to figure that out.
Sin!
What are you doing? Oh, they're dead. Here's the second group. Let's send you over here-ish. Just as one big unit. Beans, turn around and hit them. You are...
Free!
You getting... Oh, I know why you're getting short. Got it, got it. New plan. New plan.
Finding fresh stone.
Torture sweet kiss! Unlifeless bread!
Lacerate them.
Go ahead and give me one charge, then get out of there. Now get out. You, yeah. You get out of here. No really style. Hey, Walker. I mean, he's a good actor, so that doesn't surprise me that much, period. My mother saw Renfield. She apparently enjoyed it. Go figure. You, still stuck in over here, waiting for reinforcements, which are slowly making their way here.
Bring us our joyous degradation!
Marauders of
And
Slaanesh!
our slow motors. To the rear, and you, who is now effectively my general. Get up on that side. They're going around the enemy walls as fast as they can. They have 10 seconds to finish going over. Yeah, it's Nicolas Cage playing Dread. It's apparently a big, silly, funny film, which is sort of exactly what I was expecting from it.
Consume them! Marauders!
Well, I mean, we're not blowing it up one way or the other, Zactav, because the Death Star can't just massively reduce the amount of mass of a planet to 0. That's absolute insanity. Oh, we'll look it up here. Oh, did we lose? Looks like we actually lost that battle. Wow, okay. Really like their walls, don't they?
Do my necks! Bend to our will!
Marauders of Slaanesh! Souls for Slaanesh!
One down.
Raging pearl!
Need to focus their attention on the front while we try to do some stuff in the rear. That sounds like Slaanesh in a nutshell, doesn't it?
Hell scourges!
Let...
On the hunt! Marauders! Driven by pain!
They've also been peppering us with arrows like this entire battle. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Herald of Slaanesh! Orgasmic agony!
None can resist me!
Pain and despair!
Sent by Slaanesh!
Marauders of Slaanesh!
The serpent strikes!
Demon X!
I mean, I'm hating the hell out of it so far at Luthor, but I knew that walking in. That's not a big surprise.
Driven by pain! Spare!
You've given me a nice cup of coffee. What do you think my reaction's gonna be?
Do my necks! Bringers of joyous
No,
degradation!
you too. Come on, game. Maybe, Papa Nix. Big maybe. Huge maybe. Leaning towards no. Did we take this one? We did. Good.
Marauders of Slaanesh!
And, go.
Guided by hunger! To the left! Victory!
Aw, but the vampire counts were actually rather fun last time around. I did not, comma, no, period. How so, question mark. Are we still stuck in? Yeah.
Craving!
Can we
Finding fresh soul!
disentangle a bit?
For Slaanesh himself! We yearn to...
The cult thrives!
Oh my god, we were still trying to disentangle from that group.
Spare men!
Walls, walls, walls.
On the hunt!
The
they're finally broken. Where's those archers?
Make them scream!
Eternal hunters, guided by hunger.
Slaanesh cultists! Even acts of Slaanesh!
Pain is a gift.
70. That is a bit much, Uthor. I will agree with that. It's just a shame they had to nerf them in single player as well, but, you know, I've made that point clear over the last several trillion years in every MMO that's ever been made, so nothing new to say there. What are you doing, and why aren't you advancing? Go!
Bring us south! Marauders of Slaanesh! Flens flesh!
Okay. So, Alderán's noble house interferes with Organa's control. Using the house, the cats... Wait, hang on. So, Alderán's noble houses... Wait, hold on. Thank you, Croatia. As always. Although you can put that towards up to 3 things at no cost, if you'd like to. So, Alderán's noble houses to interfere with Organa's control. Use the house. The cat spots take the throne. The pretenses are like the If the rebels use a republic founding world, they would have what? Okay, so I'm not being clear. Of course, that's okay. But if there's no other run you're interested in, Croatia, that's okay. If all of my runs are terrible, awful, gutter trash, then I will accept that. If you would rather vomit than watch me stream anything else,
The cult thrives!
then okay.
Savor their agony!
The pangs of suffering!
There anymore. What are you guys doing? Why are you doing nothing? Oh, that's why. Okay.
Finding fresh souls!
So when I say at no cost, usually people figure out what that means pretty quickly. You can put it up to 3 things at no cost, which means if you donate $2, which you just did, 3 things get $2. It's the whole point behind the plural voting system.
Surging on!
Yeah, you go and keep pursuing. I want you to start working on this. You cannot vote for the more things at no additional cost? It feels like the inverse of what I should be saying. Although, granted, there's no clean way to say this. Because, you know, the world is so terrible that people are a little bit too programmed to think that you get 1 vote and that's it. It's been a little frustrating how hard it has been to explain to people that you can plural vote. No, exactly, Huther. That's exactly my point. Damn it.
We hunt!
Are we not even attack him? At least do something while you're sitting here capturing the point, alright?
Seeking Slaanesh's embrace!
Yeah, they're still running, they're still running. Done, Huthor! In related news, stab! Alright, Huthor's dead. No, Disneyland never looks this clean. Yes, the patrons can now form an electoral council. God. I'm trying to think of just how horrible I could make that, and the answer is pretty horrible. No, go over here, and then go over here. There you go.
Behold magnificence!
Eternal hunters! Drink drinking poo!
I'm sorry, did you just say drinking poo? Because I would not recommend that under the best of circumstances. Alright, so you back off. Back off completely.
Bend to our will.
It's a good question. How do we divide our districts? Did you just surrender already? Yep, there's the We Want Lore to Suffer block. I actually like this. So we've got the We Want Lore to Suffer block. We've got the We Want Lore to Play Games He Likes to Play block, because that is a block. Then there's the Old Classics, I think is what we'd call that, because that's another very common type of game that gets funded. You got it, Croatia. That I can do. Nope, you gotta pick a block, because we have to make this voting system as stupid as possible. So if you like two things, sucks to be you. The Resident Evil block? I don't know what I'd call that. I guess that's kind of the classic, but it's not really. Because most of the games in the Resident Evil block aren't of the older variety. Like, we're playing remasters and remakes for a lot of those. If it's not Japanese, it's trash block. The best block, obviously. What are you doing? Why? Capcom block? No, the Capcom block would be huge. Death to Continuity Party. The true evil ones. Let's go move you around here, shall we? The Warhammer block. Well, see, I'd say the niche block, because, I mean, if you think about it, all the niche people would have to band together as a block, because by definition, they're niche. They're voting for stuff that isn't popular. Leon should shore up his taste in women block. There we go. Boom. That's it right there. Well, that's part of the reason we do the plural voting system, Croatia, so you don't have to pick one thing. You can pick multiple things. That is one of the many benefits of having a plural voting system.
Worship Journal! How delicious!
We need to get rid of these damn towers, which we're about to, but still, these towers need to go to hell.
Bring us soul! We cannot refuse!
How far can we... Yeah, of course, there's the horror. There's the people who want to push horror games, and then there's people who want to push anime games. I'm actually not familiar with that one, Scion. What is it? Also, I just noticed that I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but the name of the leader of this place is called Kothic. Instead of Gothic, you know, Kothic. Probably wrong. Don't care. Please kill that thing more quickly.
Souls for Slaanesh!
Pain is a gift. Move with grace.
The Dead Space block. Yeah. Like I said, horror block. See, Resident Evil wouldn't really qualify for that. Definition arguments aside, Resident Evil's a little bit more than it is. Oh. Or, to put it into relevant terms, Resident Evil is more Skaven and less Nurgle.
Time to charge!
Torture sweet kiss.
Start repositioning. With the inevitable final terrible counterattack, which is literally just going to be us versus the enemy lord at this point. Speaking of which, where's my lord? Oh, that's actually really easy, Blade Taval. I'm surprised you didn't hear me talk about this already. So, I have a personal desire. Yeah, what do I have a personal desire to review every game I own. So I pulled out my totes and pulled out every NES game and every SNES game I owned and put them in the block. That's it. Nothing fancy. Hey, paranoid android.
The pangs of
Okay, so apparently all this is still... God damn it. They're just making walls and it's slowing everything down. Alright, hang on.
Marauders of Slaanesh, driven by pain.
Go here. So they're about to rebuild that wall, and I'd rather they not. Or did they already rebuild it? No, whatever.
On the hunt.
Ah, yeah, that would be why I blamed them all. I don't own a copy of Soul Blazer.
Well explained.
Where did the enemy hero unit go? Did he flee the battle? Not that I'm complaining. I don't get that, Scion, though. Oh, there he is. Kill him.
Hellstriders!
Marauder!
Seeking Slaanesh's embrace!
Pain and despair. To the next victory.
Endless craving!
And I just noticed we have no ranged units in this army.
Marauders of Slaanesh!
Yes, master! Yes, yes!
For Slaanesh himself!
Breath of Fire, Oculus. There. You now have no territory. Would you submit? Never! I will kill all of Slaanesh by myself. Okay. Oh, nope, he decided to run. Alright. Kill him, please. Just kill him. For all the irritation you've put me through in this siege, you get to die. Congratulations. There we go. Good boy. Enjoy the death. We actually took an extraordinary amount of losses there. But, you know, that's life. Yeah, we're gonna hit Tzeentch after this. We gained a mount.
The perfect prince prevailed!
It really is just the island. Still, we have an island now. So, you know, that's cool. Not very corrupt, though. We've only got, like, one pink, weird building of grossness. We can do better.
Most privileged of Slaanesh.
Oh, wow. Oh, right, because it's a disciple army. Well. Okay, hang on.
prevailed.
It's like that's one of our most seduced factions. Which is, I can't believe I'm saying those words. I'm looking something up super quick. Give me just a second, please. Here we go. So the seductive influence tiers is what I was looking for. So at the moment they're suspicious, which means they gain a leadership bonus when fighting against Slaanesh. Or maybe we do? I'm not sure which. Curious. Diplomatic relations with Khornates reduced. Increased with Slaanesh. Increased corruption. Slaanesh corruption. Tempted. Same thing but more. Enthralled, same thing but more. Enraptured, resistance to seduction, negative 100%. Faction vulnerable to forced vassalization.
A victory soaked in pain.
At the cost of 300 devotees with a 10-turn cooldown. So you can forced vassalize by seducing people. Yeah, no, that sounds about right. Insert Suikoden one joke here. Sting. Yeah. Yep, okay. I'm satisfied with Slaanesh. Let's poke at Tzeentch.
Sigmar's will.
Turn that back up to normal. Although it looks like... And I did remember not to change battle difficulty. Gain control and upkeep bonuses. Enemy armies may attack you rashly when you outnumber them. Tzeentch, there you are.
We have mocked them all.
Reduced reinforcement time. Hero actions have a higher success chance. Can unlock unique items that can customize our spell selection. Hero success chance, ambush, defense chance. Very small starting army. We start off in Antarctica and South Africa. Our name is Kairos, which probably has nothing to do with time. Our right head sees possible futures, and our left head sees the past. That's actually terrible, but okay. Heed all warnings pointedly inked into many a sailor's map. Here be demons. We don't even have the adorability of the Nurglings.
Have scoured the path, foreseen the future. The present belongs to Tzeentch.
Okay, for just a second, the swaying of the trees made me think the whole island was shifting underneath me. It's not, obviously.
Not touch.
Why is Nurgle our enemy down here? Not that I'm complaining, Nurgle must die, but that's just confusing. What, This can only be entered by a hero or lord belonging to Bellicor and cannot be closed. Right. Hi, Saldir. I mean, everybody hates Nurgle. That should be a TV show.
His gaze upon me.
Normal stuff. Let's go. Just put you in there.
More paths open.
Hit me, Saldir. But hit me quickly. Okay. So this is new. Transfer a settlement from one faction to another. Break alliance between two factions. All characters in a faction have their movement halted. Track and transfer armies' line of sight. Display current intentions of factions' armies. Reveal a shroud over all factions' territory. Force a rebellion in the region. Open the gates of a settlement with walls. Give an offensive war coordination target to a faction. Or force a war between two factions. These cost a lot of whatever that is. Tzeentch corruption? Grimoires, apparently. Collect them through buildings, and it's a second resource. Got it. Oh, excuse me. Fascinating. So, I can already think of a great idea, real quick. So I'll be like, hey, you. I want to transfer this faction, this city, between you and Scarbrand. Nurgle would also probably be amusing for different reasons. So how do I handle a PC with high investigation and perception? I don't actually understand the question, Saldir. What's the issue with it? Like, what's the negative? So we've got blue horrors, pink horrors. I've actually already encountered both of these jackasses. Chaos Knights, Chaos Furies, and an Exalted Flamer. Thank you. That guy's name is Pink Eye. And of course, we've got the future and the past. Let's see here. Oh, wow. Teleport stance usage cost. Free. I did, Bacchus. Or Bacchius, or Bacchius. I still don't know how to pronounce it! Big B. Let's get the mage. Let's mage it up. Let's try to mage it up. What? Okay. In order to increase the winds of magic strength, you must first decrease winds of magic strength in another province you control. So we can adjust the strength of the winds of magic, which I don't remember what that even does. Cool. In addition to just being a dick on the strategic layer.
Infinite weave provides many answers.
Oh, excuse me. Oh my gosh. If you're trying to go trap heavy, Sildir, the most obvious solution is to just have there be traps that you can't bypass, but that they can see. So they know the trap's there, but, you know, that's it. They know that it's there. Like, you ever played Neverwinter Nights? Of course you haven't. But if like there's a red square, it's actually like painted on the ground effectively, and that's the trap. You can see it, you can know it's there, but I mean, what are you gonna do about it? That's the actual gameplay at that point. So just let them know it's there. There's a trap on the door. Well, there you go. You could also decrease the frequency, so less density of traps, and then have there be like every now and again there's just one thing that nobody else would notice, that there's this one trapped thing that's like, oh, like imagine they go and they do a dungeon. There's only like 3 traps there, and they effortlessly breeze through them. Then they get back to town and they go talk to the mayor, and they're like, hey, we did this thing. And the mayor's like, oh, thank you so much. And then you notice, hold on, why is there a trap on his, his closet door? Just kind of leave that kind of a thing there for them to pick up on, like, because they automatically notice it because they've got that perception. You can leave little hints and tips and use that as a narrative tool in addition to a gameplay one. So we're fighting 2 plague bearers, a Nurgling, and a toad. I think we got this, but let's play around with it. Let's see what we got. Gamble, the first time ever. Sweet. That's actually not the first time I've ever gambled. It's just it almost always goes badly. Figure. Yeah, Wizard's like, I'm gonna be in the corner. Okay. Alright. So you have a fireball. I mean, okay, so admittedly, I don't have a problem with auto-success. The answer I gave you kind of leans towards that idea. He can fly. Because you want your players to have the benefit of having invested, right? That's why I mentioned make sure to put a few traps in the dungeon, so that they can feel like their investment was worthwhile. They just kind of breeze through them. But then you add the special thing, like the mayor's closet, right? That's more to get their attention. Like, hang on a second. So we have... This is going to be an interesting group. Okay, so we've got blues and pinks. They're both gross. So let's kill them all. And... Actually, let's put it over here. Fantasy General 2 is on sale. There's a game I've been wanting to try for a while. How many of you even remember Fantasy General 1? I used to play the crap out of that up until the game started sucking. it's another one of those games I'd only play the first few missions on, and then I just put it down. It was one of the first 2 Panzer General games I actually enjoyed. The other one being Star General, consequently. Well, I fell into Fantasy General and Star General because I've been playing the Panzer General games since they came out, right? And it was one of those situations, like, it's definitely a sand situation, because I was playing them because I wanted that kind of strategy game, and there weren't any. That was what there was, you know? And so it's like, okay, that sucks. I lived with it.
Already happened. It is seen.
What are we looking at up here? Those toads. I think I've mentioned this before. There was this one little Gaiden game which they came out with. I don't even remember what it was called, and I wish I could find it. It was of the Panzer General series, but it was supposed to be like a baby's first Panzer General, but it was actually better designed than most of the Panzer General games. So I actually played through it quite a bit and actually enjoyed myself. Go figure.
Kairos, Fate Weaver. We are the cult.
Let's see how Nurgle likes this stuff, shall we? Just box them in. Make a box. Make a box. Charge. Those are Nurglings. Just charge them. Just charge them. Die, Uthor! Die! I've been casting spells. I've been casting spells. Yeah, there's some spells just for you. Yeah, that charge did nothing. I'm not sure what was up with that. Back off. Back off. Try that one more time. I mean, there are Nurglings. That might actually be it, so never mind. Never mind. Change my mind. Change my mind. Come up here. Come up here. Just rain fire down on them in the most literal sense possible.
For the changer of ways. My master bids me.
Well, one thing I've noticed, and I heard people complain about it when this game came out, is that there's a lot of problems with like you'll send one melee unit into another melee unit, and they'll just kind of stand there and not look like they're fighting. And that only really affects the large groups, but it definitely does seem to affect them. I've already shown that off several times. No, 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 no. There you go. I mean, these are knights, but this kind of demonstrates it too. They're just kind of standing there in melee until the stats tell them one of them dies, you know. But whatever.
changing ways. Fight. Yes.
It's actually not called either, Linareth. It's called Warhammer. Like, the proper term for the franchise is Warhammer. But, because of Warhammer 40k and its relative popularity, I find it's usually more useful to either say Total Warhammer, to indicate the specific game in the franchise we're playing, or Warhammer Fantasy, to indicate which actual franchise we're talking about. Yeah, the full name of the game is Total War Warhammer... Total War Warhammer Fantasy The End Times 3, or something like that. I forget the full name, and that's why I don't type the whole thing. I just say Total Warhammer 3. A lot easier to say. There we go. Crushed. Also, Total War Warhammer does not roll off the tongue well. Which is, you know, the other problem. That's also one of the reasons I try to make it a point of always calling it Warhammer 40k or War 40k whenever referring to War 40k. I don't always succeed at that, but I do try to catch myself. So, we can get Winds of Magic. Damn it, Huthor, no! Get some replenishment, which I don't really need. Kill them! Let's go with that.
Your fate belongs to
How to play as this faction?
Kairos, Fate Weaver.
Peter Jackson's King Kong, the official game of the movie. I mean, the movie, the game, is actually a thing. There are some games out there which are literally called such and such, the movie, the game. That's a real thing. It's not just a joke. Quests. It's our first quest. But we don't have that yet. So there's the blue fires of Tzeentch, as well as the pink fires of Tzeentch, as well as the gleamed fires of Tzeentch. The fires of change of Tzeentch. Cars, the movie, the game, yeah. Yeah, that's actually a trend that goes back to the NES era, by the way. Such and such, the movie, the game. It's funny, you see all kinds of movie games, not many game movies. Speaking of which, here's my in-depth opinion on the Nintendo movie. Or, I mean, the Mario movie. I'm just joking. I'll share it at some point if anybody cares. No, I liked it. My niece liked it better than I did, obviously. They're gone, my kimono. I don't have time. I've been trying to come up with a way to summarize, because I actually have a lot of thoughts about it. But it's a movie that was clearly written by two groups of people. It is a fairly standard Illumination movie. So if you like Illumination movies, there's a really good chance you will like this one. If you don't, there is a much lower chance that you will like it. They did a good job with most of the characters, probably all of them, Papanese. I only really had issues with one of the characters as far as the main characters. Yeah, it's definitely not Pixar quality. It's not even in the same zip code as Pixar quality. But we knew that walking in. It's Illumination. I'm actually curious where and how Nintendo decided to work with Illumination of all companies. Because There's a lot of reasons deals like that can be made, and I've read about many of them over the years in my many behind-the-scenes-ings. Yeah, let's go with that.
I know all fates.
Cheaper is an interesting answer, but generally speaking, that's not the kind of thing that tends to make those sort of decisions. I know that sounds strange, but it's true. Most of the time, there's usually one person who really likes something from the other company, and they throw their weight into it. And that's almost assuredly what happened here, because that's what usually happens. It's also possible that people at Illumination were actually trying to court Nintendo because of the same general reason. You know, people who are Mario fans could reach out to Nintendo and say, hey, and demonstrate their knowledge and understanding of the Mario franchise, and then as a consequence be like, hey, please let us make this movie, and that could have made the decision too. Stuff like that usually actually makes that stuff work. So let's see how this works. Speaking of. Also, for the record, I am not a fan of Illumination, nor am I a fan of the Minions. But, of course not. Gamble! And lose. That's a 100% loss rate so far. Oh yeah, by the way, you like this Nurgle-infested place? I've been trying not to zoom in too much because this is a Nurgle-infested place. See, I don't like that argument, Mike Amato, because I've discovered over my years that there are plenty of works that are aimed at children that are, and I'm going to say this as nicely as I can, good. And then there's works that are aimed at children that are cheap. And more than anything else, what Illumination is cheap. You can quote me on that.
On your word. The cult is ready.
Men of the North!
I'm not sure I want to, Papa Neeks. Actually, yeah, they're like fast food. That is Illumination in a nutshell. It's just never going to be as good as an actual home-cooked or proper restaurant meal. But it's cheap, it's easy, it's fast, it's digestible, and you forget about the movie 10 minutes after you watched it. I know what you mean, Mike Kamano, but I stand by my statement, because it's something I've been pushing for years, pretty much ever since I started taking care of a child, is the idea that... I push so hard against the idea that something that is aimed at kids has to be bad. You know? When I was going through the MLP streaminations, one of the biggest things I constantly was pushing against is, why are you covering a show for kids? Or, you're expecting too much out of a show for kids. Or, why would you expect things like, you know, good writing or good performance or story arcs or anything that would be involved in good writing in a show for kids? And the overwhelming argument was always that stuff that is designed for kids is bad, which is nonsense. And that's not even a new thing. Granted, there is a very, very, very long-standing bias that has existed in most media production here in the States, that stuff that you make for kids is stuff that's bad. That's actually a real problem. It's why Hanna-Barbera dominated for so many years, and directly because of that, that has been sucking ever since. I'm sorry, I actually said that wrong because I got distracted by the battle. What I'm trying to say is that Hanna-Barbera directly led to and fed into that because of that. It was like self-fulfilling at that point, and it's terrible. And it has led to a lot of garbage. I mean, I don't have to go that far to think of a kids show that is really good. I've already mentioned several, but here's another one. Pretty much the entirety of the DCAU. That's another thing. So, one of the things that not a lot of people... Let me walk that back. One of the things that not a lot of executives, don't want to call them people after all, have taken a long time to understand is the idea that something can be a commercial for toys while still being a good show. Beast Wars. Anybody? Just to name one relatively older example.
Chaos Knights of Tzeentch!
I do like this shield mechanic, by the way. Like, I imagine at least one person in chat has watched Beast Wars and absolutely agrees with me on that. That was a good show. And sold toys. I already named another example. MLP. The semi-recent one. Not the most recent one and not the old one. Of course, we gotta call everything MLP because we're dumb. I cannot believe they're still alive. Let's fix that. Crushed. Yeah, the more recent DuckTales is another good example. Here's one for you, Oz. Most people I know hasn't actually... Yes, Uther by a wide margin. Like, you notice how it's gelled immediately with me? Most people probably have not even heard of Oz, but it's a CGI show which is set in a Wizards of the Oz kind of setting. It's actually a direct sequel to the original Wizard of Oz. And it has to deal with, like, the children, the next generation after. A surprisingly good show. Definitely enjoyable. I watched it with my niece, if you're wondering. Obviously, we're going to occupy. Although, raising does get us some grimoires. No. We must change everything by occupying them. Yeah, Rebels was mentioned. Clone Wars, while we're on the subject. I mean, frankly, there's the argument that's been leveled several times that Star Wars is for kids, which I disagree with the attitude behind it, but there is a degree of reality behind that statement in several aspects of Star Wars, and yet that doesn't mean they're necessarily bad. I'm not sure if I agree with that, Huthor, and I want to explain why, because I'm actually completely with you, except for one thing. Can you guess what the thing is? Because I bet you can, if you think about it for a second. Okay, so that gets us access to pink horrors. I probably will stop having... You know, my niece will probably stop caring about me at some point, because teenagers are teenagers. I remember being a teenager. I hate the teenagers. It's the Force. Actually, no. I mean, not like George has had any say in that in 20 years, Oculus. Grimoires per turn. Sounds like something I want. So let's just commit to that. Let's just jump in on that. It's the childish stuff, Huthor. I don't know how to better to say it. Rebels leans a little bit too hard into slapstick, and periodically just drifts into being what I would derisively, derogatorily refer to as a kids show. Now, yeah, first season especially. The first season was leaned pretty heavily onto that, and then they grew out of that for the most part. I'll never forget the part where an Imperial officer murders a stormtrooper, and it's treated like a scene that's funny. Like, it's portrayed as a joke. And I'm like... And don't even get me into, like, the nonsense that was the season 1 premiere, or the finale, excuse me, finale, which was just Thrawn. Okay, I don't want to get into Thrawn, if that's okay. He's a divisive topic for good reason, honestly. Let's go with this. We need income. Let's establish. Yeah, tone deafness. It's a great way to put that, Dakota. I need to know the scenes like that. Now, if only she wouldn't look so weird. Oh, no. Sorry, we're done. What is this, and why do I care? Why is there another bird person up here? Okay, I'm not actually joking. Why is there a second Tzeentch faction right here? And why can't I play as them? Because I can only play as one Tzeentch faction. Like, I don't want to sound negative. It's just, if I play Crusader Kings 3 or Europa Universalis 4, I can play as anywhere. It's one of the benefits. It's how challenge modes tend to get started. Here, play as this terrible faction and make it work. Why can't I play as him with his start?
I have scried all of time.
Looks like I need one more. We'll go ahead and get that one then. Hey, Star Wars. But yeah, everyone has their own opinion of Thrawn. That's why I don't want to step on any toes there. Because you know we're going to have to include Thrawn in the rewrite, and we're going to have to decide which variant of him we're going with. Oh, that could be Poppinese. That's a good idea, actually. Set up generic lords to be placeholders so that the terrain and the space on the map is already allocated, the province is already dealt with. That's actually pretty smart if that's what they're doing. Interesting. So what did I think about Thrawn and Rebels? Overall, I did like his portrayal. I wasn't sure I was going to at first. The voice actor was absolutely not what I pictured in my head, and not the voice I heard in my head when I read Thrawn. It's not even the voice they describe in the books as Thrawn. But the longer I listened to it, the more I got into it, and it probably has to do with the fact that, I believe that's Mikkelsen, is a really good voice actor and actually threw himself into the role. So that probably helps that he nailed it as well as he did. And yeah, he did get better at it over time. I absolutely agree with that. But the thing about Thrawn is, even in the EU, Thrawn was always the extremist factionalist, the one who the Chiss kind of tolerated, but over there, you know what I mean? And,
Keeper of the destinies.
they kind of got that across in Rebels. So, I don't really have another immediate target. I mean, I could go over these people. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. Okay, not our problem. Not our problem.
I know all fates.
Let's see. So we can get Marauders, Blues, or Furies. Why can't we recruit stuff? We'll be able to get pinks. Oh, no, we are currently unlocking pinks. My bad. I haven't heard Mark Thompson's take, but I believe you, Laterval. I've been told I do a good Thrawn. But, because I used to read the Thrawn trilogy for a friend of mine. Did I like Jack Black as Bowser? No, it was the only main character I didn't like in that one. It wasn't bad, but I don't think I'd give him positives.
All of time.
That being said, I am eternally amused that Jack Black naturally had to sing in a movie he was performing in.
I know all fates.
Let's get some blues. Let's lean into that. Yeah, I wanted the Mario and Luigi Bowser, or the Mario RPG Bowser. We got the Mario RPG Peach. Peach was awesome. Pretty much the only role I have absolutely no complaints about. There is only one other character I have zero complaints about in that movie. Can you guess who it is? You already know it isn't Bowser, and you already know it isn't Peach, because I already mentioned her.
It shall be. Overland.
I really look forward to you hating the Star Wars rewrite, Uthor, when we make the Empire not evil.
Us into the well of eternity.
The Luma? Okay, the depressed Luma was actually pretty good. Although, frustrating at the same time, because it's like hinting at stuff that we'll probably never get. We have a lot of Nurgle corruption here. My god, look at that. We have Slaanesh corruption here, too. Ooh.
The infinite weave.
What's our manifestation here? Campaign movement disabled during completion time. For everyone, or for a target? Oh, upon completion. Oh, so you can't do anything for 2 turns, and then you gain 250 grimoires. Interesting.
A puzzle inside an enigma.
Wait, the dishwasher hose? But no, the answer is Luigi. Luigi... Well, where is Rosalina? They do mention the Galaxy thing several times. In fact, there are actually quite a few references to the Mario Galaxies, and Odysseys, and World, and just everything. I would say with reasonable certainty, I probably caught most of the references, but at a certain point, I was actually paying more attention to the background than the foreground. If you get what I mean. But no, it was Luigi, because Luigi was exactly what he should have been. Too often, Luigi is clowned on for being a coward, but Luigi is not a coward. Luigi is actually very brave. Even at the beginning of the film, when he was still having issues, and he was still keeping up. There was no hesitation. He still pushed himself despite his fear, which is Luigi. That's always been Luigi. And that stayed true the whole film. They nailed him. Of the various films they've talked about doing as a sequel, the one I'm most interested in right now is probably the Luigi's Mansion one. Courage the Cowardly Dog. Good way to put that. Like, is he scared? Yeah. Is he still doing it? Absolutely. The only complaint I could mention about Luigi is he didn't get the screen time he needed. But every time he was on screen... In fact, my favorite line in the entire film is from Luigi. There's this bit where Bowser, who is jealous of Mario, is torturing Luigi in order to get more information from him. And as he's going through the questions, one of the questions he asks very, very quickly is something along the lines of, would Peach like him? Like, would Peach be interested in him? And Luigi's response, still being tortured, without hesitation, is, only if she has good taste. I was the only person in the theater who laughed at that line, but that line was awesome. And I'm underselling it because it's one of those things I imagine most people literally missed. Because it's more like, and that's the speed, pacing, and tone of the scene. And it's just, I don't want you to like him, only she has good taste. You know, it's done like that. It's just raced by there. But it's done very, very well.
Eyes of Tzeentch.
And of course, Caught it, because of course I did. No, I also want you to be part of this group. There we go. Luigi's awesome. But no, I felt like Bowser was, and this is going to sound very strange, I thought Bowser was too evil. This is a little bit of personal preference, but it's also years and years of experience. Bowser's not evil. Bowser's never been evil. Like, I've literally used Bowser as the example of the villain who is not actually evil trope. He's a doofus, for God's sakes. Now, in the interest of fairness, I'll tell you one thing they did get across correctly is he was a doofus. He was a total doofus. I think you're really gotta come out of his shell. I knew she wasn't gonna like that line. Okay, you got this. Yeah, Bowser likes to play at being evil, but he's not actually evil. Like, what? What am I doing? Oh, right. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm going to grab lunch.